Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Fireside chat at the amazing Zero Project. So I'm here today with Wolfgang Kowicz from myAbility. I think I asked him to introduce himself, and I just did, to talk about why talent pipelines are the way of the future for any organization or any advocate who's serious about wanting to bring significantly more people with disabilities into work. So I'm Susan Scott Parker with Business Disability International, and I'm an ambassador of the amazing Zero Project, as I was saying. And Wolfgang, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Susan. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Wolfgang Kowacz. I'm one of the co-founders of myAbility, and we are an organization that supports companies, especially in the German-speaking area in Europe, to become disability confident and to be more inclusive and accessible.
Thank you. So, as you'll have seen, our theme today is talent pipelines. If I could just start by very quickly explaining what we mean, really. So, a talent pipeline is a pool of candidates that an employer already knows. They know that they are interested in working for them. They know they've been pre-screened in a sense. They've got the skills and the interests and the aspirations that the company is looking for. But they're talking about filling vacancies that come up in the future. All too often now, people with disabilities leave a training program and start looking for a job, and the employer is trying to quickly fill a vacancy they've got, and the individual is competing with 100 or 1,000 CVs, if you like, that come from perhaps we could call them more standard candidates. But with a talent pipeline, the employer goes back to a group of people with disabilities that they met while they were in a training program, while they were in internships or apprenticeships, and says, I've got a vacancy now, are you interested? And so they can restrict that competition pool to that group of people with disabilities that they already know. Why? Well, everywhere we go in the world, we get the same messages. It's too hard for the enlightened or well-intentioned employer to attract suitable disabled talent, and it's too hard for the individual with a disability to find the employer with the open mind, the ability to make the adjustments and be flexible, and bring them into the job as it emerges. So at one level, it just sounds simple, but what we're going to be talking about now is who needs to do what differently if we're to bring a stream of people with disabilities into talent pipelines that lead to work, rather than trying to place individuals one at a time. Wolfgang, does that make sense? And where do you start on this?
Yeah, absolutely, Susan. And the reason why I am here and why I immediately agreed on joining you in this discussion is that I think that definitely talent pipelines will play and should play a bigger role in the future of hiring of people with disabilities. I just can, I've been observing the recruiting market now for more than 10 years, and what I have not seen yet is that the job market is very efficient and is working very well. We have talked with many HR placement companies who were interested in the target group of people with disabilities, but none of them managed to set up a business model and become sustainably successful in supporting this. There is, of course, many initiatives, and many of them are working well, but I have not seen this efficiency of the job market that you mentioned before. And what I also have not seen is that there is public services that in the long run cover exactly what you have been describing. There's very important support for companies and also job seekers for disabilities from the public side or from funded initiatives, but very often it's either a problem that they are very fragmented. You know, there's kind of in different regions, we're not talking about countries, we are also talking about regions where these kind of initiatives work completely differently, which makes them very fragmented and sometimes not very efficient. And on the other hand, in many cases, the understanding for the business needs or for the future skill demands is not in place. So a lot of energy goes into there, a lot of good people working there, a lot of successes happen. But I think if we want to think this long-term and strategic, talent pipelines will play a very important role. And that's why I fully agree what you have said, Susan.
Well, for me, of course, the question is, what's going on now? And all too often, what we see is funders are funding little projects that are kind of dropped into a job market and are trying to, educate employers as though somehow employers have the power to just transform what's going on. which they can only do a little bit of. And they're not actually requiring training programs to bring employers in such a way that the employers meet people with disabilities while they're in training, get to know them, perhaps get involved in their soft skills training. And so what we've seen with a program in Nairobi, funded by GIZ, amongst other funders, and a partnership between local employers like Safaricom and Sightsavers and the training program, is that this Bridge Academy is getting 94% of their graduates are acquiring the digital skills that are in demand, not the skills that somebody thought disabled people should get, like, I don't know, woodworking. They're getting the skills that are in demand, and they are connecting with employers in the training so that 3 or 4 months down the road, the employers are saying, yes, I'm really interested in bringing you in as an intern or an apprentice, or I'm interested in mentoring this individual to help them to find jobs perhaps in my business, but perhaps in businesses around me. I think we all know that the research all shows that learning on the job is a much more powerful pathway into work for people with disabilities, in fact you could argue for any of us, than trying to learn digital skills in an institution over here and then make this huge jump into employment. So when you look at what MyAbility's been up to, and I know we're talking in more detail on Friday about your program, where do you see the opportunities for this transition as people are going through training and then trying to make their way into jobs, which is what the talent pipeline model is all about?
Yeah, I think the transition is happening right now. It's just also a question of the pain point. No, when employers are desperately looking for talent, no matter who it is, there will be more resources and more effort dedicated to new solutions. And I think that's exactly what's happening now, and we will see how the trend will go on in the future. I'm very conscious that it will stay like this. So the trend is there, the dynamics is there. And also because this kind of short-term thinking of I have a position to cover right now, and ideally it's a person with exactly those skills with a disability or even with a certain disability, doesn't work anymore. Maybe it's never worked, but I think it's now even more in the heads of employers that this is not a long-term thing. So yes, to work on a talent pipeline is an effort. I think it's a question of cooperation. You cannot just post a job and wait for the applicants. You need to have cooperations with training providers or service providers who help you. But on the other hand, it's much more sustainable, because if you have this on place, it's also for the next few years a very good solution that you stay in contact with a group of people, and when you have a certain planned date in the future, you're able to have more options to hire people. So I think it will go there, and when we're in the middle of the transition, it's just that there is no talent pipeline solutions yet in place, but I think we should work on that.
Well, one of the things I find encouraging is that funders like GIZ are starting to say, we don't want to fund people to get training. We want the training to lead to work. And we want evidence that you're actually connecting with employers so that you ensure the skills the individuals acquire are what employers are looking for, that you involve employers in the design of your programs, that you involve them in such a way that they actually meet the individuals and give the individuals a chance to say, well, actually, I don't want to work for a bank, but I'm really interested in your retail outfit. So you build the confidence on both sides of the table. You build the confidence of the job seekers that they will have an opportunity to move in gradually into the world of work, rather than in that scary fashion that, you know, looking for a job when you're not sure, you don't know the company, you don't understand what the job really requires. And you're building the confidence of the employer that, oh, actually, I had these strange ideas about people with disabilities, but I've just met 30 of these really interesting students at this academy in Nairobi. I thought you said we were talking about disabled people. I'm looking at some people that could just come in here and do the job. So the essence of this for me is that everybody needs to change what's going on in the job market. You can't change that system if you only focus on the employer. Training providers need to do things differently. Funders need to measure training providers by different criteria. And employers, of course, need to get more creative. I mean, I can't resist pointing out that the recent Gartner research is saying, as they look across the business community, 30 to 34% of people who join a company are gone in 90 days. So it's in the interests of the business to do a better job of recruitment. And that's what we're helping them to do. Because if you get to know your job seekers before you put them through some arbitrary process, you've got a much better understanding of what they need from you and what you need from them. And so you get a much better job match, which means they're less likely to walk out the door in that magic 90 days. So as you're looking at funders, have you got some thoughts in particular about what the people with the money and the governments and the foundations and so on, what they could be doing differently?
Like, I think one crucial element of deciding whether to fund a talent pipeline project or not is whether there is a strong interaction with people with disabilities themselves. It should not be trainings program being designed in theory or in a room where there's only training providers in there. It's definitely necessary to open this up and to make possible that the talents with disabilities looking for jobs can contribute to creating this program. A second thing is that it's also very relevant to confirm that the skills that are being built up in these programs are demanded strongly by the market. So it should be definitely skills that are relevant for the future and where there's a rising need. And the third is also very important. I also think that employers should be involved in this. So they should also be on the table. Doesn't help when only training providers think that this or that should happen. It's also very relevant to confirm that this pays into the future strategies of these companies who partly fund this program. So when all these people are taking part, I think this is a huge success criteria which should be relevant for funders.
And of course, I'd be urging funders to give these training programs, whatever they might be, any kind of skills, the funding they need to actually build their relationships with business, to build their business confidence, so they understand how meeting the needs of business makes it easier for people with disabilities to gain jobs, livelihoods, and careers. I would also, of course, be saying to funders that this is a real opportunity to say we need to challenge the low expectations of both business and people with disabilities. We see government programs, there was one recently in the UK, where the government actually put out a message saying we've funded this $7 million and we expect 30% of people with autism who go through this program to get a job. So if you've got a brother with autism, you want to go to a program that has a 70% expectation of failure? And there was nothing in that funding proposition that said, and we insist that the people who get the money are working closely with employers in a way that actually meets their needs and expectations as well as the job seeker. We have to get the two lined up. So I would like funders to say there has to be at least a 50-50 chance of people going through this program getting a job. Is 50-50 so outrageous? I would have thought a 50-50 chance would be the kind of least that we should be offering individuals. But I'll say it one more time. Funders could require evidence that employers are actively involved, as you were just saying, Wolfgang, that they've got services and supports for the managers while they're offering internships or mentoring, and that they can demonstrate that they've got a better balance in that job market between the demand for disabled talent and the supply. Anything you want to add as we close?
Yeah, maybe just two elements that are also very important. One is, what should training providers pay attention to? And there's just this one thought. First is they should guarantee that they're funded well, because the first years will be more costly than the long-term perspective. And in terms of thinking of employers, there is already options there that pay into this future talent proposition. For instance, I just mentioned it from my point of view, we are running, and we'll explain this a bit more in detail on Friday, we're running a talent program where we exactly want to try to do this, that companies get in contact with a group of people that have the skills to be able to start working for the companies later on. And the other option we also have been developing is our talent platform, where companies do not only post job advertisements, but they can also tell a story. They can explain to the job seekers what they're doing. And with that, we hope that they get in contact, in a long-term contact with the audience. And this also helps a lot when in the future you have open vacancies to cover.
And so we've got 30 seconds, I think. And I just want to end by saying, think bringing numbers of people with disabilities into talent pipelines as opposed to one job placement at a time, which is such an inefficient way for a job market to work. And that actually job markets which make it needlessly difficult for the well-intentioned employer to find disabled talent are making it a lot easier for the rest to continue as they are now. We've got to vote, we have an obligation to think job markets, not dinky-do projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So welcome to this Fireside. I'm Michael Fembeck. I'm the CEO of the Zero Project, and I'm happy to welcome Mrs. Mira Shinoy, who is the CEO of Youth for Jobs, one of the most outstanding Indian NGOs, and our partner for working with on Zero Project India. Actually, Mira, she insisted that she asked the first question to me and not the other way around. So I'm handing over to you, Mira.
Michael, so good to be here in Austria and at the venue of the Zero Project. I think this is my 4th year here. So my first question to you is that last September we held the first Zero Project India conference. What were the kind of expectations you had in your mind and what actually happened overall? Give us some glimpses.
Yeah, to give some background to this question, in September, after an extensive and productive preparation, we jointly organized the first Zero Project India conference in Delhi in September 2023. It was an incredible event. A lot of Indian stakeholders joined, international guests, and it was a fruitful mix of the Zero Project India community brought together by Mira and the Zero Project International community, and we talked about innovations coming to India or going out of India to our international community. And to answer your question, Mira, I was overwhelmed, to be honest. As part of a planning committee, you have some expectations what's coming and what's not coming, and it was an excellent atmosphere. It was a group of highly engaged people that we met. This exhibition and the people there, they were so committed and so extraordinary, and everyone understood the need of further collaboration, and this is also why we're talking already and planning for the next Zero Project India conference. But then let's turn the table on you, Mira, and now it's me asking you the questions. Maybe we continue with you giving us more background on your organization, on Youth for Jobs, and why the cooperation with Zero Project is so important to you, and why we can work with you.
Youth for Jobs as an organization is about 12 years old, but I have had a vast experience of working with marginalized youth and linking them to markets in senior government positions in the World Bank, in the UN, and then I set up Youth for Jobs 12 years back, where we focused on skilling youth with disabilities and putting them into jobs. But over the years, what has happened, Michael, is that the work has actually evolved into us becoming a system changer. It's evolved to 3-4 products of ours. One is AI-triggered accessible job platform exclusively for youth with disabilities. It's first of its kind in Southeast Asia, and it's really rocking. We have about 850 companies registered and about 20,000 youth with disabilities registered already. And jobs are getting cranked, companies are getting sensitized, a lot of services. So that means we partner with the central government, with the state governments, with NGOs, and therefore the work moves just not at looking at Youth for Jobs, but all the stakeholders in the space. The second, of course, is our grassroots academy, where youth with disabilities are the change makers in their communities, in the villages, and it works only on local partnerships with governments, with the local industry. And therefore, at this time, the Zero Project came into our life. It seemed so appropriate for us to partner with you, Michael, because what this meant is taking the work to the next stage, getting the Indian innovators to actually collaborate with the Western innovators to see how together the best practices, there can be a cross-fertilization of ideas, and that's why we are excited. Of course, we are also excited because it allows us to launch exciting new products together like we do, where because of our collaboration with Zero Project, we were able to actually do a global network of women entrepreneurs with disabilities, who we all know are the most vulnerable. We were so keen to work in this space, and the Zero actually allowed us to launch a global alliance. Yes, Michael, it's been exciting for us. And how's it been for you? I mean, what are your thinking about India, and what are the things we can do both for India and South Asia, maybe, as we evolve?
Yeah. Yeah. So from the, let's say, international or Austrian perspective, um, the Zero Project is a global community. As you can see here right now in Vienna, we have more than 100 people from 100 different countries registered here at the Zero Project Conference in Vienna. But having said that, it doesn't make any sense to let this Zero Project Conference in Vienna grow and grow and grow. We, for many reasons, travel and also it doesn't. We need these international connected leaders that work with us here in Vienna. But to regionalize the networks, to regionalize the content, we need engaged partners like Youth for Jobs. So for us, this is crucial, and I'm always using this metaphor of an highway. No? So we have the community here. You have a community in India. We have parts of a community also related India to Vienna. But building this highway where innovations, and Zero Project is all about innovations. It's not about advocacy. It's not about global research. It's about sharing innovations and sharing those networks that work with innovations, that we build this highway to India and also from India. So this is what we're here for. This is the reason why we exist, and this is where we found a good partner with Youth for Jobs. And so, yeah, building this is the sole purpose of what we're up to right now. We will offer a lot of what we call connecting work streams. So you mentioned already one of them, which is We Do. I'm following up on this right away. It's a woman entrepreneurship network, but it's also about IT jobs. It's about general entrepreneurship for people with disabilities. There's so much to learn from India for many reasons. I just give you one. For India is a country that has it all. It has the brightest people in the world, but it has also rural areas that are extremely poor, and there are many solutions developed within India for these less developed regions within India. And these solutions that are developed in India for India, they are very relevant also for organizations and countries that can be compared and also connected to India. You mentioned already Southeast Asia, and we had currently the presentation of Ms. Gokbun Q from SG Enable. So we will build also a connection between India and Singapore. There are many people from sub-Saharan African countries here, so we will build this axis also between India and sub-Saharan Africa. So this is the role that we, as the global Zero Project, from the global Zero Project point of view, this is our picture, and these are the highways that we want to build. But then again, a question to you, Mira. You mentioned already We Do. What is We Do, and what can we expect if we're building We Do together?
I think, first, if you look at it from the Indian perspective, there's hardly any work done in this. Women with disabilities are the most invisible. For example, if you looked at Davos, gender was so big, but gender and disability, the intersectionality was completely missing. So we're using that opportunity to build a very strong, scaled-up model in India, and looking at the best practices which exist globally through the Zero Network, and to see how we can integrate those best practices. Plus, we are constituting a global award for We Do. We're talking to one among the 5 big consulting organizations to work with us pro bono for that. And I think by the time the Zero Project India happens, we'll be able to tell you who the global partner is, who's coming on board. So I think, as you rightly said, Michael, what really helps us is that these networks help us to begin much quicker, because you're not making mistakes. You're learning from a global network where there are best practices everywhere. This network which you created over the last 14 or 15 years allows us to actually sweep across, learn from the best practices, and therefore build stronger institutions in the areas which you want to. So we are really excited about it. And I'll be speaking about it also in the Zero India forum, which we've created over here with you. Um, yeah, so I think what we should really do is that we should ensure, as I was just walking, I was speaking to the Access Israel team which had come in, and they were all saying, I was saying, next year, 50% of this should be the Zero Project India. And they told me, no, we should say 150% of this should be the Zero Project India, because India itself also has so much innovations to add. So I think one is, Michael, again and again, we should invite everyone who's an innovator from your network to come to the product which you created in India so that they can participate there and learn what's happening in India, where there's really a huge amount happening. And the exhibition section of it will have a lot of innovators showcasing their project. We hope this year, the next year, which will be either late September or early October, the conference happening in Delhi, the topic would be inclusive education. And we may add early intervention to it. So would be really, really exciting. This is an area where very few conferences choose the theme of inclusive education. Mostly it's employment. So I think inclusive education will also bring for the first time several stakeholders together, Michael.
Yeah, we're coming already to the close of the session. So this is the commitment and also the pledge from the International Zero Project. We want to build these highways, we want to build these connections, and especially those innovators or those stakeholders who have an interest in working with innovations, please come forward, let us know. We will try to integrate you as fast as possible into this conference, especially if you want to build something in India, or if you're from India and want to build something outside India. And we will try our best to give you a good spot and a good showcase, and also try to connect you with the right people, because this is what this is actually is all about, that we are building these bridges and we're building these highways, we're building these knots to connect them. And it can only be built by people who have a really stake in this and not only leaning back and listening interestedly. It's the people who are, the Zero Project is all about, these inspiring people who want to create something, in this case building this highway and this bridge between Zero Project International and Zero Project India conference. Mira, any last words from your side?
In India, we welcome everyone with the namaste. So let me just say a namaste to everyone and say welcome to the Zero Project India.
Thank you, Mira, and this concludes this fireside chat. I hope to see many of you at the Zero Project India conference. As Mira said, date is to be announced, but it will be around end of September to early October. Thank you.
I'm Tom Butcher of the Zero Project, and I'm here with David Fazio of Helix Opportunity, and we're going to talk about globalizing digital accessibility through apprenticeship. I've got lots of questions that I'm going to fire at David. He's used to doing these things. So I'm going to fire away with our first one, which is, and I think it's probably one of the most important questions out, which is, how is apprenticeship different from internship?
It's a very important question, and it gets really misconstrued quite often. So with an internship, generally you'll bring in somebody in college or fresh out of college to kind of sort of get an idea or a feel for work or the workplace to see what it's like. Apprenticeship is very structured. You have a blueprint. You have classroom learning with a certain number of hours tied to it, and then you have on-job training that commences after that with a certain number of hours tied to it. And the on-job training is very structured. You have certain skill sets that you're going to learn, and you're going to learn under the tutelage of a subject matter expert, of a mentor. And usually it's a 1-to-3 ratio. 3 apprentices for every mentor, or it could be up to 5, basically. But the point is you get really, really intimate kind of sort of leadership and direction, which is very important for people with disabilities, because we fare better in environments where we get mentorship or we get one-on-one help. It helps us navigate the complexities of bureaucracy, of confidence issues, of needs for like reasonable accommodation, all these different kinds of things.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I'm going to go on to our second question now, which is really, what do you see the global impact to be on disability inclusion, and also to the cost barrier to implementing digital accessibility?
You know, there's been a lot of improvements in terms of accessibility and inclusion around the world, but what hasn't improved is the employment rate of people with disabilities. It hovers around 20% for every country in the world, whether it's Mexico to the United States to the UK or anywhere in Europe. It's not really that great. Digital accessibility is the one career field where having a disability is actually a competitive advantage. And the reason that is because there's no way to know whether or not a product, environment, or service is truly accessible if people with disabilities don't have their hands on it, if they're not developing it or touching it or testing it, right? And the issue with digital accessibility in general, and why such few organizations have accessible websites and this and that, is because it's so freaking expensive. A lot of these companies charge anywhere from $450 an hour and up, which is basically the cost of legal representation, to have the stuff done. Well, with apprenticeship, you can have the same kind of work done in mass and at scale for a much lower cost, which lowers the cost barrier to entry for a lot of companies, and you're also giving a job opportunity to someone with a disability and letting them skill up in that career field as they go with a very structured and formalized program under the mentorship of an actual leader in the field anyway.
Right. As an adjunct to that, can I just ask, when vis-a-vis cost barriers, have you found there to be, in your field, cost inflation, or are prices actually coming down?
Absolutely not. And the reason, well, the reason is because there's very few people that know accessibility. The demand is high for the skill set, and the skill set is in low supply, right? And that's the biggest thing that we're talking about here, is a massive skilling up of the disability community all over the world to lower down the cost of what it takes to get your websites, your environments, your products accessible.
Great. I think that's very good news.
Yeah, well, you want to do things at scale,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
for half the time, you have people running automated website checkers, and you're just checking the false positives. So you don't need a law degree to do that.
No.
You don't need a degree in computer science either. You just need to understand the regulations and what the automated checker does.
Great. Thank you. And our third, I won't say set question, but the third one that I want to go on to before going on to some other ones is, are there enough employer partners in the world?
Absolutely not.
Well, that was going to be my next question, which is, if not, how do we get them?
Yeah, so, are there enough potential employer partners in the world? Yes. So with apprenticeship, usually the way that it works is a company uses it for recruiting purposes, right? So you'll have like an IBM per se. They'll start an apprenticeship to bring in people to their company and to skill them up and have them advance through their career. What we've done is we've created a global apprenticeship where we're bringing in people with disabilities all over the world, training them up, and then staffing them out at other companies that do not work for us. We are the only accessibility apprenticeship in the world that does that. I know Atos has a digital accessibility apprenticeship for quite a while, but again, Atos does it to recruit Atos employees and this and that. We do it to get these employees and these skill sets all over the world in the companies that need them.
Yeah. So, but how do we get more of them?
Well, that's why we're having this fireside chat. We want
Right.
awareness. We want awareness out there in the world to let the potential employer partners know. And Europe is a big one. You know, Europe has a lot of disability laws that are coming into effect now and in the next couple of years. With the work that I do and traveling around Europe and this and that, I've come to find out that there isn't enough skill set in digital accessibility to adhere to these laws in many companies, and it's a big kind of sort of panic right now. Well, this apprenticeship is a good way to scale those efforts in mass for an affordable cost.
Right. Thank you. And there are some questions which have come out of those ones. Don't worry, they're not terribly difficult.
No worries, I don't worry.
But there are a couple of things which I think are really important for people to understand, which is, can you talk to us and to our audience online about the age of people who actually do the apprenticeships?
That's a good question also. You know, a lot of people think that apprenticeship means like an internship fresh out of college or in college, but it's not. Yes, there are some individuals that have just graduated and want to go into a career, so they look for an apprenticeship. But a lot of the time, it's people reskilling or retooling. They're changing careers. You know, we've got people in their 50s that, they were developers, 20, 30 years ago. They got, into some other job types. Now they want to get back into the field, those kinds of things. So it runs the gamut. It's all over. It could be veterans from, in the U.S. we've got those kinds of things.
But that's, I think, David, that's enormously encouraging, because when you have someone like me who's getting to the end of his official work life, that there might be a future out there. There might be other things that you can do and bring your experience with you to doing that job.
Yeah, and that's another thing about apprenticeships. There's a big misconception, or up until, the last maybe 10 years, apprenticeship has really been focused on unionized labor, on, painting, manual labor type positions. This is what's called a non-traditional apprenticeship, which doesn't have anything to do with physical labor. This is in IT, and that gives a big opportunity for people that have, kind of limitations for physicality and work and stuff like that, to retool their skills and to, enter into a new career.
Great. And as part of that, if you have a lot of young people, then a lot of young people are going to look for job development. Where can I go next? What might I do next? Can you tell us a little bit about the certification process, so that essentially people's experience can be portable?
Absolutely. So we have a partnership that we have engaged with the International Association of Accessibility Professionals. So one of the things that we do is we offer a certified professional and accessibility core competencies certification in our program. All of the apprentices become IAAP members through our organizational membership for the duration of their participation in the apprenticeship. So they have access to all of those resources. But also the United States Department of Labor certifies that every person that has gone through our apprenticeship program has done the curriculum, has adhered to the standards and the regulations and the guidelines. And this is a good thing, because a lot of countries in the United Nations have apprenticeship structures in their government system. Even countries that don't have an apprenticeship structure, they can rely on the United States government's Department of Labor's basically quality assurance is what it is. Yeah. That this has been a very structured, standardized program. They've gone through it. It's almost like a degree type of situation. And that's the important thing about this portable certification. What it is it's quality assurance. It's saying that you've participated into a program that has been certified by the United States Department of Labor. It adheres to our standards, to our guidelines, and it's legitimate.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm going to go back a little bit in history now about Helix Opportunity. Could you tell us where you started this up, and what are the main countries that you actually operate in, and how many different countries do you actually operate in?
So we do a lot in Latin America and the Caribbean. We've recruited and staffed people with disabilities in STEM positions in India, in the United Kingdom. We do work in Germany, I mean Japan, user research projects and stuff like this. But we started Helix Opportunity in San Francisco. So the very same government agencies that pay for the apprenticeship training for our program to train up apprentices all over the world paid for my organization to start up, right? It's called vocational rehabilitation. It is a system that is in every United Nations country around the world. And its whole reason for existing is to give people with disabilities the opportunity to get skills so that they can become employed and what's called economically self-sufficient, right? So that's kind of what started all of this and where we got our funding and how we started to operate.
Great. Thank you. And then two more, waiting for the camera to come round. Two more fact-based questions, which is, if you can think back, and if you know, the number is probably so large, how many apprenticeships have you facilitated?
It's a fairly new program, so we've done about 15 apprenticeships so far, and we just launched it last year. We just launched it last year. So we got the apprenticeship approved by the Department of Labor and all the certifications the year prior to that, and we started our first cohorts this last year. All right.
Great. And then I just have one more question before we're going to do our wrap-up. When the 3 comes up, then we do our wrap-up, which is, do you see this as an opportunity you're offering to small companies, large companies, or the whole spectrum in market capitalization?
Oh, it's the whole spectrum. You know, large companies usually have very small accessibility teams, which is another reason why we've created an accessibility developer apprenticeship program, not an accessibility tester program, right? So these individuals become stem cells. They can do anything related to technology, but whatever they do will guarantee that it's accessible, right? So the large companies need that, but the small companies especially need that because they can't afford, you know, to pay for a website development and then go pay $450 an hour to have that same website audited, right? So this allows them to be able to get one person into the door and to be able to do the work to develop their systems, applications, and make sure that they're accessible from the get-go. So this is available to everybody, but right now the major corporations are the ones that are participating.
Great.
The larger organizations.
Thank you so much. I see we've got 3 minutes, so I'm going to split up
Time
our
flies.
last 3. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, no worries.
I'm going to split up our last 3 minutes, which is, first is, what developments do you see on the horizon for what you're doing?
I think this is really going to take hold. There's a lot of mass exodus of companies in layoffs and this and that all over the world, especially tech companies. And I think what they're doing is they are resetting. They've spent way too much money on development and perks and this and that. They need lower cost labor and they need efficient labor. And this is kind of sort of a pipeline to plug that gap, right, where they can get the skilled labor for a much lower cost to meet their needs and to reset their balance sheets, right, so that it can be more affordable going forward and this and that. So I think this is something that's really important to tap into, and it's the right time, the right place, the right, you know, the right program.
Great stuff. And I have one final question, which is I always ask everybody here, which is, what do you want the listeners, the viewers, one thing to take away from our chat?
Become an employer partner. I want all the corporations, the HR and representatives to listen to this and to think, you know what, we could use developers, we could use people with disabilities, we need accessibility work done, we could use digital accessibility developer apprentices.
Great. David, thank you very much indeed for coming on to this fireside chat with a virtual fire. There's actually not even one
Oh,
of
is
those
there? Oh, am I burning myself now?
There's not even one of those fireplaces with the kind of fake flames. But thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. What you're doing is incredibly valuable. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for listening. Have a great Zero Project.
Thank you.
Hey.
Hello and welcome live from the Zero Project Conference 2024 here at the Vienna International Center. My name is Anna Königseder. I'm the Director for Business Partnerships and Operations within the Zero Project team. Today I'm here in a different role. I am coordinating the Young Voices at ZeroCon 24, which is a role that I love from the bottom of my heart, I can tell you. And I'm very excited to start a mini-series of Fireside Chats here at the Vienna International Center, the Zero Project Conference. And I'm very happy to welcome my first speaker, my first guest, Marwan. Marwan, it's so nice to meet you. And perhaps you could tell the audience, where are you from and how old are you?
Okay, so I am Marwan Saliba, and I am from Amman, Jordan, and I'm 21 years old.
So, Marwan, I have found out that you have become quite a successful DJ, and that sounds super exciting. So perhaps you could tell me, do you remember when you started with the DJing on Instagram?
Yeah, when I first started, the first live on Instagram was on September 23rd, 2021.
Oh, very interesting. And I can imagine it's not easy to do something on Instagram with a lot of followers. So were you a little bit nervous?
No.
No, not a little bit.
No,
So
no.
you are tough. So, and I can imagine that you need. Where do you do the DJing? Do you go somewhere else or?
On Instagram.
It's working. Yeah, I think. Go ahead. Try
Yeah.
again.
No,
It's working.
I don't hear. Okay.
Everyone, I think, is the microphone working? Let's just check. Yes, it's working
Okay,
fine.
okay, yeah, now
Good.
I felt it, yeah.
Yeah. So I will repeat the question because there was a little interruption. So where are you doing the DJing from?
My house, I have a DJ set up in my room.
Oh,
Yeah.
and I don't know anything about DJing, and I think a lot of people in the audience don't neither. So do you need any special equipment for the DJing sessions, or what do you use?
The DJ controller, yeah. And the speakers.
And
like
is there
that.
any kind of app also that you use?
Record box is where on the laptop I do it, and I
interesting.
get the songs from SoundCloud. Yeah,
Okay, that's how you discover your songs.
yes.
So I imagine that this is very fun DJing. And
It is.
what is for you the most fun part of doing this on Instagram?
The people, because I welcome them on the live and like that.
So you're kind of lifting up their energy
Yeah.
through the Instagram channel.
Yeah.
That sounds nice. And when something is very fun, there's also sometimes a little bit of challenges involved. So
Yeah.
what would you say are some challenges about DJing?
Like choosing what songs to play.
Mm-hmm. Can
And
imagine.
the other challenge is that some of the people make rude comments, and it's not good, I think. Yeah.
No, that happens to a lot of people that are on social media, that they have to live with not so nice comments, but I imagine that most of them are very nice.
Yeah.
So but perhaps you can share a little bit, how do you deal with these not so nice comments? So what is your strategy there?
Just to ignore it.
Yeah,
and yeah.
that's a good advice, I think, for everyone here in the room and also at home.
Yeah.
So what are things that you have learned through DJing? What did you learn when doing the DJing sessions?
Yeah.
What did you find out perhaps about different styles of music?
What I DJ is like Arabic music mostly, and some English, which is the top 40 kind of music.
It's okay. And I think it's also not so easy to, when you DJ, you have to kind of read the crowd, as I was told. That's how the experts tell it.
I do
so
read,
you learned that as well. Good. And so, do you have some preferences in the music that you are DJing for the DJing sessions?
Arabic is what I like, yeah.
Arabic. And sometimes also English music, or?
Yeah, and English, yeah.
What, can you give me some artistic name? Not that I think that I will know them, but we can try. I don't know, some artists, some American artists that you like? Or is it only Arabic music? That's also fine.
English music, I like Taylor Swift.
Okay, I think many people agree with you on that. So I think you're not the only fan of Taylor Swift here. So, in your opinion, in your very expert opinion, what do you think makes you a good DJ? Do you like to interact with the crowd?
Yeah,
with the
yeah, I like
people?
to interact with the crowd, yeah.
And so some DJs like to sing and dance along a bit.
Yeah,
do you
yeah,
like
I
that
do,
too?
I do also, yeah.
That sounds very nice. I have to start watching your sessions.
Yeah,
I
you
think.
should.
Yeah, I should definitely. That's
Yeah,
a good
yeah.
advice.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's and which social media channel do you DJ? It's on Instagram.
Yeah, Instagram,
Okay.
yes.
So I need to create an account. You will
Yeah,
help
yeah.
me afterwards.
Okay.
So, do you think that you would like to do DJ sessions on another social media except Instagram? Would this be interesting for you?
And maybe not, no, I don't think.
No, you stay with Instagram. No, that's a good decision.
Yeah.
And so, before this interview I prepared, I looked at everyone because I'm far behind in social media. So I looked at their on Instagram. You always have to ask the question about followers. So
yes.
would you like to give us a number of followers? How many you have?
Close to 8,000 actually.
8,000, wow. And I know that the Zero Project now has become one of your also biggest fans.
Yeah. Because I saw they followed me, yes.
Yeah, yes, we follow you. So, and how does it feel to have 8,000 followers? I mean, this is an amazing number. How does it feel?
It's good because of the people like me, yeah.
Yeah, and your music.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that, yeah.
And do you know approximately for how many views do you have a day? Is there a number that you would like to share also with everyone?
Yeah, like 100 on the live.
Wow, every day.
Yeah,
Wow,
yes.
that's much. It will. I think the number will grow after the conference, after everyone has seen your
Yeah,
interview. Yeah. So
Maybe everyone can follow me too, please.
So, Marvin, when you think about your DJing sessions and your work as a DJ, what is something that makes you proud as a DJ? What is something, except that the Zero Project is following you? Are there perhaps other more famous people in the music business that are following you?
Other DJs, yeah.
Would you like to give some names? Perhaps we have some people who know them.
There's a DJ from Lebanon followed me called DJ Said Imrad.
Ah, okay. So he's a famous DJ in
Yeah.
Lebanon?
Yeah.
Good. Is there something that you have set yourself as a goal that you say this is something I would like to achieve with my DJing? What is this?
Like the goal is 1 million followers, yeah.
1 million followers. So so this is a call to action to all the people who are watching us. So please go on Instagram. Oh, you haven't given us your name yet, your DJ name.
Marwan_Saliba.
So go in. I hope everyone who watches us and all the people in the room here, please follow Marwan because he has a very ambitious goal of 1 million followers.
Yeah.
So and so if you count all the people who are watching now online, all the people who are here, how long do you think you will need as time to achieve this goal for this 1 million?
Maybe 1 year, hopefully.
1 year, that's ambitious. So everyone, please go ahead, share the word, and so that Marwan can reach his goal. So perhaps next year we see each other here, and you can also talk about your 1 million followers.
Yeah, I would want to, yeah.
So do you think, is this a passion for you that you want to continue a long time, or is it something you say you will do for a couple of years?
No, I would do it for a long time.
For a long time.
Yeah.
Good. And so we might have some people who are watching us at home or people who are here in the audience. They would perhaps also want to try the DJing via Instagram.
Yeah.
What would you give them as advice? What would you tell them they should do or they should think of first?
That they would feel nervous in the beginning, and then later on they won't feel as nervous. So they should keep going. Yeah.
They should definitely keep going.
Yeah.
And how can you perhaps answer the question, how long? So it took you about 2 years to get 8,000 followers.
Yeah.
Perhaps any advice how you get a lot of followers? This could be also interesting for other people.
Okay. Yeah.
This was just a question that I thought
Uh,
of.
okay.
So I think perhaps what could be a good advice is that they really try at the beginning when you don't have so much followers, but then continue, and then the followers will grow. No.
That before I started teaching, I took a DJ course.
You took a DJ course, and where did you take it?
In a place called SAE Institute.
And how did you find out about this course? Was it
On their Facebook, yeah.
on Facebook? And how long?
Yeah.
Because perhaps this is also something that could interest our viewers. How long does this course take?
Yeah, the course was like 2 weeks, I think.
2 weeks, okay. So I have still a lot of questions, and we will definitely continue this conversation afterwards. But I think we need to close this fireside chat. So thanks a lot for being here, for having traveled far from Jordan to Vienna to be here today to share your story. I think it takes a lot of courage to come for the first time to an international conference, be here on the stage all alone, and you did a great job. So congratulations, and I think it needs really a round of applause here in the
Thank you, and thank you to Zero Project for having me.
You're very welcome. So perhaps next year you will be the official
I'd
DJ
really like
of
to
the
come
Zero
back.
Project Conference 25. You never know. Thanks a lot, Marwan. Thanks a
You're
lot,
welcome.
everyone, for listening and for watching. This video is also available on demand afterwards. And I will come back in the next days with another fireside chat of our young voices, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Marwan.
Thank
and
you, Anna.
congratulations.
Thank you again.
Goodbye, everyone. Ciao.
Bye, thank you.
Goodbye.
Hello, everybody. I'm Marcy Roth. I am the Executive Director of the World Institute on Disability, and I am very pleased to have the opportunity to have this fireside chat today, where we will be talking about bringing accessibility into curriculum. Why don't I turn to our knowledgeable speaker, and we'll have you introduce yourself and tell everyone about the Athena project and what you're doing.
Thank you very much for having me and for this outstanding opportunity to introduce our Athena project. My name is Klaus Miesenberger. I'm professor for computer science at the Johannes Kepler University Linz here in Austria. It is about 180 kilometers to the west from Vienna. Yeah, and I work there as professor for computer science since 35 years, 37 actually, a long time ago. And as a computer scientist, I started at that time to work on access to computers for people with disabilities, which was very new at that time. No HTML, no internet, nothing, but fascinating potentials already there. And also I started the support center for students with disabilities. So we did not do only research. Today we would name it user-centered, user-focused design and development. We started at that time, and today we support about 300 students with disabilities in all faculties, in all courses of studies, and all kind of disabilities. And yeah, that's what I'm doing. And I teach accessibility. I teach assistive technology, and accessibility, a small part, is compulsory for all IT students, and so they get at least the first idea about accessibility. And this is also what our Athena project is about. When we see that accessibility and inclusion is politically accepted, that we know about the economic benefit, that we know about the social benefit for our society at so many layers, it should be part of the curriculum. And a famous philosopher, Kuhn, has said, what is important is in the curriculum. And about 20 years ago, we started with students a small research activity and looked into curricula. If accessibility, assistive technology can be found. And the outcome was nothing. Nowhere. And the amazing thing was when you looked into special education, therapy, and care professions, they even also did not look into accessibility. And also service providers for people with disabilities. And there I thought there has to be a change. We have to bring accessibility, assistive technology into the curricula. We talk about 10, 15, 20% of the population. We are talking about an aging population in the Western countries, and therefore this change has to be made as a follow-up to the legal changes, to the societal changes, and that's what Athena is about. What we do, we go on with analyzing core curricula. Computer science is one of them, because IT plays an important role in digitization. We look into architecture, we look into education, we look into therapy, we look also into urban planning and things like that. And we look, is accessibility there? Is it mentioned? Is it compulsory? Is it elective? And the second step after the analysis, we try to make proposals, curricular proposals, how to bring accessibility into the curriculum. And the third aspect of the project is negotiating with accreditation bodies, with government bodies, making an offer and say this would be an approach that the curricula, which you are paying for in the end, which you are accrediting, that they are in line with the most important social issues in today's society. And this is what Athena actually is about.
Athena is an amazing project and initiative. I know that your success has carried far beyond your university. I know that in the US, Teach Access was born out of your work. Where else is the Athena project emerging globally?
Globally, I have to say, of course, I had the privilege to have my sabbatical in the US, and I met several people from the initiative Teach Access, Larry Goldberg and these guys. And as I started already earlier, I was able to be a founding member of these activities. Actually, we are focusing on Europe at the moment because what we learned, there are very few curricula which really take into account accessibility yet, and these examples we are taking up. We know there is interest in Arabic countries. There is a huge interest, we were surprised, in African countries at universities because, so to say, their approach to technology, to accessibility is much more direct due to the bypassing of a lot of organizational issues. For example, banking is a direct mobile approach towards that, and accessibility a natural ingredient of that, and therefore it is much nearer. And of course we do hope when we have our curriculums proposed to share it with whatever country is interested in, and to build up a community, and in particular to impact on the accreditation bodies and to impact on the decision makers at universities.
A value add in many university programs to make this sort of commitment to accessibility. Tell me, are you finding that students are more willingly coming into the curriculum? Are you finding that there's more interest in expanding farther?
That's a good question. I did not analyze it. I would say it's like my courses in mathematics or logics. There are students who are interested and dive into it, and there are students who do it because they have to do it. But for sure, you reach at least a certain group, let's say about 20, 30, 40% of the students who are really interested in social issues. In technical studies like computer science, a lot of courses miss this direct context to social issues in society. And with accessibility, they are immediately there. And they appreciate that. And the outcome is, of course, I have a lot of students interested in practical programming, going after the lecture in a bachelor, master thesis, and even PhD if we can finance them. So there is really a good group. You touch them by the heart when you say accessibility and when they learn what it is about, helping people.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Yeah. One of the areas I'm particularly interested in is disaster risk reduction. I think there's a huge opportunity in the business of planning for, responding to, and recovering from disasters and extreme weather or climate change. And as technology is evolving, I think there's a huge opportunity to develop accessibility solutions. And so I'm hoping that as a program like Athena and the Teach Access program in the US, I'm hoping that there will be a greater commitment to the kind of technology that will be available in our most challenging days. Have you found that there's anyone who's kind of gravitating to an interest in climate issues or any of the technologies for early warnings? I know the UN is really focused on early warnings, and I see that as a huge opportunity for technology.
For sure, yeah. When saying there are students interested in social issues, these global challenges which we have, they are interested.
Good.
Much more so. The young generation is teaching us that so to say, the focus has to be much broader than we often focus at in teaching and at university. And yeah, I think one lesson we are able to teach towards mainstream in this direction is with accessibility to allow people to get the information they need in diverse situations. It might not be called accessibility or whatever, but if you're able in a disaster situation that you get it by audio, that you get vibrating feedback, that you have the opportunity to call an emergency number not only by dialing on a touch display, but making some movements. Or it recognizes your words, which you are speaking, or even other expressions. It might be sensors on your body or whatever you need. And in the end, this is research in accessibility, which we are already doing, which we can contribute towards that. The one message I always try to give is what we have to do in all this research about disaster and warning, expose the interface to the devices, to the messages, to the human-computer interface. And whatever the device is which you are using, it might be a mobile phone, it might be a special device, it might be the car radio, or whatever it might be, it has to be able to consume the information and provide it, give access in the way the person needs it in the actual situation.
Exactly right. And information has to be actionable and accessible.
Right.
And in those most critical moments, if it's not accessible, if it's not actionable, then we've really missed the opportunity, not only for people to take care of their own personal protective needs, but also to support the community.
Yeah, the firefighters, the emergency people, the medical people, whoever, they don't have the possibility to take a mobile phone in their hands. They need other communications, and they can learn. This is already done by people with disabilities interacting with the technology, and that's what we can bring in. As you know, many such technologies which we use nowadays, they are based on assistive technology and accessibility.
Exactly. Exactly. The curb cut effect, right?
Yeah.
Where
the example I always use in education is the keyboard, which was invented by an Italian, Pellegrini, for offering his blind girlfriend the opportunity to write letters on paper as a blind person. And what came out was the keyboard. And we are still tortured in school to learn it and to use it, and everybody uses it, and also on the mobile phone. And predictive typing, for example, and so many examples. And as you said and asked about emergency situations, this is again technology where accessibility can really make a huge contribution, because this is tested, this is proven that in extreme situation that it's usable, accessible, and beneficial for everybody.
Exactly. I'm really very pleased to hear that your students, because of their interest in humanity, because of their interest in the future, that their interests in climate change, their interests in other urgent matters of the day are being integrated into the work that you're doing on accessibility. I applaud your leadership. Any parting thoughts you'd like to share?
I would say the next step which we have to take and which we try to do is, again, user-centeredness. Universities are, let's say it in a provocative way, are exempted of people with disabilities very often. You might find them in administrations, you might find them as students at bachelor and master level, but when it comes towards academic excellence, PhD, tenure track, professorship, where are people with disabilities? And this means to learn how science, research can be done with people with disabilities. We have to try to involve them at university, to offer them the possibilities to study, to offer them career opportunities, and of course in the end not everybody can stay at university, but taking leadership in society. And still our society is built on that, that we have the academic career and then take a decision-making position in society. And here we have to invest more. And that's what we try. Half of the staff which I have has a disability. And we try to keep this ratio because we focus on accessibility and assistive technology. And this, I think, is a core issue following up to Athena, to say if you want to have it in the curricula, the right persons who can teach it are people with disabilities themselves.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much. The Athena project is really a model for the future.
Thank you so much.
We really appreciate the opportunity to have this fireside chat, and I'm looking forward to more conversation moving forward.
Thank you, Marcia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hello and good afternoon, everybody here in Vienna and everybody who are watching us online. My name is Jakob Razin. I am an accessibility specialist. I'm coming from Estonia, and welcome to our little fireside chat. I want to tell you something. We are sitting in sort of couches or little chairs, and they are so cozy and comfortable. And by the way, you know what else are comfortable and cozy? Libraries. So we're going to talk about libraries today, and I'm thrilled to welcome to this fireside chat with me Verena Le. She's the Assistant Director of the National Library Board of Singapore. Hello, Verena.
Hello, and it's actually a good afternoon here in Vienna. So I'm Verena, and to all those who are here listening to us as well as at home or all over the world, I would like to believe, I am a lady in my 40s, and I'm a Chinese with bobbed hair, and I don't wear spectacles. Smiling at you right now.
Fantastic. We're going to talk about how the Punggol Library in Singapore has become incredibly accessible. We're going to dive into the details during our conversation, but could you get us started very briefly and tell us what is the library about and what have you done? What is the accessibility about?
So in Punggol Regional Library, I belong to an organization where we have 27 public libraries in Singapore, and they are peppered across the island. We're into building and always imagining what would be the next best library in Singapore. And we wanted to see what else do we need to go into, to break into. And one of the things we thought was really amiss in our library spaces was that people with disabilities unfortunately do not come to our space. So we do have the occasional wheelchair person, usually an elderly, but we don't see people with visual impairment, people who are blind, people who are deaf, as well as people with autism. They don't come in. So years back in 2016, I was given the very blessed opportunity to do this. They brought me in and said, Verena, we are going to build a library, and we are going to be welcoming people with disabilities into the library space.
Fantastic. So we're going to soon talk about what this library is all about, but I'm always interested about the people. And could you share us a little bit, what is your own background? How did you become connected with inclusivity and accessibility, and why are you interested in this topic?
Well, since my uni days, I've been always interested in community impact work. So I actually took a degree in social work and psychology back at home. Turns out that social work wasn't something that really suited me. So I went on and I found a job in the library space. I've reached out, done quite a number of work there. And that was in 2005. And 10 years later, I was given this job of designing Punggol Regional Library.
Excellent. So let's talk about the library. As you said, in 2016, the process began. What was it like? What was your point of start, and what goals did you set out to achieve?
So for a start, I didn't have any degree in this field at all. So, and there wasn't anybody in NLB that knew what to do with this assignment. So what I did was to hit the books. Of course, I've hit the books in the shelves, and I've also gone out to reach out to disability agencies to ask them, look, I have to do this. Where do I start? And every single one of them, no matter which organization, which person I approached, said, talk to the persons with disabilities. Hear them out, and see what needs to be done. And so that's what I did.
Right, the community reach is one of the very key points of your projects. Could you talk about a little bit like that? What has been working with a community like? How did you involve different people with disabilities in the process of creating the library?
We did what the term design thinking, right?
Yeah.
Get the people with disabilities come in to use our current spaces. So we brought them to our newest library back then in 2017, and we asked them, okay, use this space and tell us what's not working. what can be improved. And so we brought in people with visual impairment, people who are deaf, wheelchair users, cerebral palsy people, muscular dystrophy people, and people with autism, as well as their caregivers, professionals, all in to try out our spaces, and we heard from them about what they like to see improved. And from there, we've got a whole long list of things that we needed to work on. And that was in 2017-18. And along the way, I think COVID came as a blessing, really, because we then could really slow it down and to really look hard at every single item and every single aspect in the library to see how it works for or not for people. And so what we did was we created prototypes accordingly, wherever possible. So we had, so there was this period of time where it was a total lockdown and we couldn't interact with people, but the special schools were open. So what we did was we found one special school and we brought in our prototypes into that special school and we asked the teachers, could you let us come in like one person at one time to observe how the prototype is being used. And for us to do some findings and recordings and take it back and decide how it could be shaped further.
So maybe we should have started with this though, but what is a library anyway in this sense? It's not just collections of books and you can loan them, you can do so much more in a library. So in the context of your library, what can you do in there? What are the activities and how did you make them accessible?
Yes, it is important to say that because in the library world itself, actually in Singapore, we are doing quite a bit of things. It's way beyond books already. We're looking into how we can encourage people to learn in different forms and modes. So be it, to learn in a group context, to learn with your friends, to learn with a group of like-minded people. We have brought in people to come in with exciting programs for them to listen, just like what you are doing right now, listen and also hear about, what is there to learn in a specific topic. We have also got places where you could learn using your hands. So we have maker spaces and we have also little activities that children could also use and do and all in the effort of learning, all in the spirit of learning. So with Punggol Regional Library, there's quite a lot of things that we are offering there for everybody, for the general public, including persons with disabilities. And so what we wanted to do is, now let's try to design something and make sure that people with disabilities are able to do this together with everybody else. And if that is even possible, is something that you wanted to explore and try out?
Well, I mean, as you said in the beginning, you didn't have an expertise or a good background at this because, as we all know, there isn't a, when we talk about accessibility or inclusive design, it's a lot of working with people, right? And working with users. There isn't like making a library accessible 101 guidebook available. So what's in the process of creating the accessible library was maybe the easiest thing you found out, and when working with the whole array of topics, what was the hardest to achieve?
Thank you for that. I think the easiest was really asking for help. There were people in Singapore, people overseas. Whenever I opened my mouth to ask, the help just came from people from all over the place. And so really networking sessions are really useful because it really helps you to give that connection. And then after that, one fine day I need that help, I'll send a message and says, I need help. And help just magically arrives. I've so many times where my stars have aligned just like that because I've asked for help. So I'm very thankful for that. That was probably the easiest part of the work. The hardest was actually universal design. Yes,
How
so Zero Project, right? Zero barriers. It's the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's really hard for me to get to that light at the end of the tunnel because really at every single thing that I was trying to do, I was trying to solve the needs of a particular disability, and yet, this doesn't really work for the other disability group, and so on. And I learned too that because I mean I had the time. I had to open the library by last year, right?
Right.
So I needed to get down to it and decide what needs to happen for the Punggol Regional Library. And if it doesn't work, I would need to fall back on my trained professionals in my library to make sure that the gaps are closed by reach out to the person with disability, or to reach out to even the general public who might be affected too by the change that I've implemented. So we need to actually close that gap. And universal design, yeah, I've learned it's not easy.
It very definitely isn't, and I'm sure a lot of people here know and feel that. That's why we're always constantly inventing. Let's talk about where we are today. What is the library right now? If you could maybe try to bring us to a typical day in the library, what's happening there?
So it's located in a space where it's really quiet on weekdays and very super crowded on weekends. On our quieter weekdays, we see different groups of persons with disabilities, children, adults, all coming using our space, trying out our calm pods, which is a little room that's set aside for people with autism, and using our space, approaching us to ask for help, and staff will be interacting with them. We are, across our network, we are seeing more persons with disabilities compared to the rest of our libraries. We're seeing a whole lot more of them in our library space, so that's a good sign. But I think we need to do a lot more reaching out to those people who never really thought of the idea of actually coming to visit a library as an option. So we need to do a whole lot more reaching out there.
Do you have a future plans? What else will be coming to the library? What else do you want to do? What are your dreams?
So 27 public libraries. It doesn't stop at Punggol Regional Library. It will not stop at Punggol Regional Library. We are going to be looking into how we can roll out and make the rest of our public libraries more accessible for the disability community. And I think the exciting thing is also because it's what we're doing right now in our library space. Other organizations in Singapore are also taking notice, and they are reaching out to us to ask us about what is our journey like. And I'm very hopeful and very excited that it would probably see more spaces in Singapore being more accessible for the disability community.
Well, about the community, what do people actually say today when they come to the library? Are they happy? Do they demand for more? What is the vibe like?
I think most of them are actually very thankful. I have people traveling. Okay, Singapore is really small. Okay, so to travel from one place to another in 30 minutes, people will complain. So people do travel more than 30 minutes to come to my library space, because we are the one space that they feel safe in and that they feel welcomed in. So it's been good for the people who have been coming for our library. Things are in good working shape and working order. And even though I'm now in Vienna, everything is running smoothly well in Punggol, back in Singapore.
Well, indeed. I mean, I already feel that I want to come over and visit. So you got us, at least me, more information though, because we have been able to cover just a very small bit of information. How can we learn more?
Yes, I'm a librarian. I do have lots of information to share. So you can get more information. I've got pictures for you, and it's in a Google Drive folder in my Zero Project profile. So you'll find a link there under my organization. And also you have more information on my LinkedIn profile too, under the featured section. So connect with me, and I'll be happy to share more.
Thank you so much, Verena, for joining us on this fireside chat without fire, I might say. At least I can see one. Yeah, thank you so much. Fantastic projects, fantastic achievements, and fantastic plans for the future. Let's all go to Singapore and visit the library. I have been Jakob Rosin. Thank you for staying with us. Soon we will be talking about assistive technologies in this fireside chat. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Fireside session in which we will talk about a big challenge, how to forward and how to implement global guidelines, global policies to the grassroots level when it comes to provision of assistive technology. My name is Luc de Witte. I'm president of the Global Alliance of Assistive Technology Organizations, which is an umbrella of professional organizations in this field, and we try to address the global challenges. And I would like to discuss the issue with three people from very different countries and very different settings, but what connects them is that they all work in everyday practice supporting people with disabilities to get access to assistive devices. So we have Thuy Nguyen from Vietnam, we have Lorenzo Desideri from Italy, and we have William Ngabo from Rwanda. So let's get started. We have seen a lot of development on the global level, a lot of attention for this field, and this conference is always a demonstration of that. And we know pretty well what the problems are in this field. But how does that translate to your work? So I would like to hear from you, what are the everyday challenges that you face, and how do they relate to these global documents and policies? May I start with you in Vietnam?
Yes, thank you for the question, and hi everyone. My name is Nguyễn Thanh Thủy. I'm director for Research Center for Inclusion, and I'm from Vietnam. So we have been working a lot with people with disability and leprosy affected people as well, and in which we provide them with assistive device like wheelchair, orthopedic and prosthesis. And some challenges we face during our work is include like the unmatch between demand and also supplies. For example, we have very huge demands from people with disability or leprosy affected people. However, due to the limited resource, we are unable to provide as many as device as people need. And the other challenge we face is human resource. For example, when we provide the assistive device to people who receive it, and we supposed to follow up, like to re-evaluate, to see whether the device really works for people with disability, and also to see if any repairs needed, because people, they cannot do it themselves. However, it's difficult for us to do this because we lack technician staff and also time. Meanwhile, we also have to reach new people. We have new people who in need of the support. So this is another challenge. The other challenge is the product. Usually the products in our country, we produce it with material imported from other country, which will increase the cost of the product to user. So because the product is price is high, so it's difficult for people from low income family can accommodate with it. And
so it's mainly the availability, the cost, and the expertise, the staff.
Yes.
These are the main things.
Yes. How they can utilize the local material to make the cost is.
May I go to Rwanda? Can you answer the same question? What are your challenges on the ground level?
Thank you, and hi everyone. As we are saying, my name is William Ngabo. I'm from Rwanda, and I'm the executive director of non-government organization called Rwanda Assistive Technology Access. What we do, our vision is to contribute to a society where persons with disabilities are able to study through the use of assistive technology so that they can live independently. Back to your question, the main challenges we face, one is that in our country, many people are not aware enough of assistive technology, including persons with disabilities and other people.
Yeah.
Even they are caretakers. And when you don't have the right information, it's not easy for you to get the right support. Another challenge is the lack of trained assistive technologists who can provide services related to assistive technology, and we have so many people to serve, and unfortunately we have very few who are able to serve.
Yeah. So that's very similar to what we just heard from Vietnam. So
Yes.
yeah.
Another challenge is the high cost of assistive technologies and the inaccessibility of these technologies. Because in our country, it's not easy to find where you can buy an assistive technology product. Yeah. So another challenge is that the assistive technologies that come from abroad most of the time don't fit into our local context in terms of infrastructures and even the local language that is being used. In Rwanda, we have one local language, which is Kinyarwanda, and many persons with disabilities speak that local language.
Yeah.
And when for example, you get those assistive technologies, let me say softwares designed for persons with disabilities, most of the time they are in foreign languages, and our people, they don't understand those.
So lots of work to be done. Lorenzo, may I ask you about the Italian situation? What?
Yes, thank you for the question. My name is Lorenzo Desideri. I here represent the Regional Center for Assistive Technology, which is founded by the regional government of Emilia-Romagna and the local healthcare authority. And we provide guidance and information on assistive technology to people with disabilities and their families. And I think that our challenges we experience at grassroots level mostly mirror those that you have already mentioned, but we may have connecting these to the, for instance, the principles of the global report. I would say that in Italy we lack a truly person-centered approach to service delivery, mainly maybe because our healthcare system is the main driver for assistive technology provision, and it adopts mainly a medical-centered approach to the provision of assistive technology, and this might create some conflicts and confusion when assistive technology is implemented in other sectors, such as education or employment, which are based mainly on right-based approaches to support. Another challenge is also the fact that our services might be very fragmented and so developed through silos. And I think that this is something that also the global report emphasizes, to achieve a more integration within services in order to avoid delays or different interpretations on the usefulness of assistive technology for specific purposes. And last but not least, we also lack opportunities for those who want to become professionals in assistive technology to be trained, especially at the academic level, to become to fulfill their ambition to become professionals. So we have some opportunities, but it's not systematic. So that's, I would say.
So that's clearly one thing that you all share, the lack of expertise and training facilities, the lack of staff, trained people who can work in this field, but also availability. So I would expect Italy to have no challenges left, but that's not the case.
Never the case.
May I go to the next question? As I said at the beginning, we are GATU is a collaboration of professional organizations. What do you think can organizations like GATU and its members, what kind of things should we do to support you in meeting these challenges? Because it's clear that a lot has to be done, but it's difficult. It seems to be a big disconnect between your level and all these global. May I start with you again?
Thank you for your question. I think for our current project, we develop some kinds of training material Unfortunately, we do not have the opportunity yet to transform it into kinds of app or thing like that. Because when we transform the training material into app, and then it will reach a lot of user, and it make use the knowledge. And in terms of cost, in terms of the lack of a human resource, we expect like both on-job training and also, like you mentioned, systematic capacity building education for people who want to become professional. Because in our country, apart from lack of technician in IT, we also lack of experience as well, experienced staff as well. Because for those who have a lot of experience is reaching retired age. So this is one of the issues that we want to support. We want to receive the support. Yeah.
So training is clearly one of the issues, and help with translating things into in app forms.
Yeah.
That's really clear. May I ask you same question? What can we do to support your work?
Thank you. We need much more capacity development. Yes, regarding assistive technology, and I think there is another need to identify passionate people in our countries or in other countries, because there are people who, with or without support, they are ready to give their 100%, so that the assistive technologies can be accessible to everyone. So there's a need to identify them and putting strategies that really identify them. And I think when working with them, it can lead to really expected results. Another thing is to have strong centers where you can find everything about assistive technology, even the assessments, from the assessments, the products, and the centers that are linked to the sellers worldwide.
One last remark, because we're running out of time. For Lorenzo.
10 seconds. I would say I would ask GATT or international organizations to disseminating good practice examples of organizing assistive technology and also evaluating assistive technology service delivery, and help also individual professionals or small groups of experts within a country to connect together to create national organizations in order to share practices and approaches to service delivery and assistive technology delivery.
Well, it's you give us a big agenda of things to do. We'll definitely include that in our policies and our plans, but we will need you to realize it. So be careful. We will get back to you. Thanks a lot for this discussion, and well, thanks for your attention.
this short talk about the report from Nordic Welfare Center about the new research they have seen into universal design and social economics analysis. My name is Kristin Hellevang, and I've been working for 17 years with universal design in Norway in an umbrella organization for all municipalities and all regions in Norway. With me, I have Lars Lindberg from Nordic Welfare Center. Lars, can you tell me a bit about yourself and also give a short explanation about the Nordic Welfare Center? What is it?
Thank you, Kristian. My name is Lars Lindberg, and the Nordic Welfare Center, where I work at as a senior advisor and project manager, is we can say an organization that institution that work with supporting the Nordic countries on the behalf of the government to develop welfare policy, and also by gathering best practice, knowledge, and distribute research results. And we have offices both in Stockholm and in Helsinki in Finland.
That's very nice. Can you explain me why you and the Nordic Welfare Center did this report on socio-economic analysis on universal design?
We published a report about socio-economic analysis and universal design and accessibility in December last year. And there was an outcome of a project that was commissioned by the BUFDE, which is a Norwegian directorate authority that which coordinates the implementation of universal design in Norway. And they wanted us to mapping different kind of socio-economic analysis that have been conducted in the Nordic countries. Because in Norway they are conducting is quite common, but they wanted to get knowledge what have been done in other countries. So we did what could say an international at first Nordic mapping of different kinds of studies that have been conducted, but we found very few in Sweden, Finland, and so on. So most of them was done in international. So we did an international studies instead.
And Lars, can you explain me how the project was conducted? What did you do?
Pardon,
Vad gjorde dere? What did you do?
Yeah, but the most important of the study was conducted, we can see that there's a lot of different studies on the different areas, for instance. So we can see that in ICT, transport sector, built environment, and housing, for instance. So we try to find this kind of studies that have been conducted, and many of them also we can find are conducted in Australia and US and United Kingdom. And why are they done? They are done because usually there are some kind of impact assessment requirement. And what you can see is that in many countries have a some of legal framework where they need to do some kind of impact assessment when you're proposing new legislation or bigger investment. This is typical for Norway, for instance, but in Sweden, from where I come from, there is not that kind of formal framework. So we can see that there have been more and more of demands for impact assessment that also in some way try to estimate the cost and benefits of accessibility in university design. There also have been more proposal of legislation regarding accessibility. And that is the main reason for this is that due to the European Commission and European Union has proposed different kind of directive, the Web Accessibility Directive, and so on. And therefore there also have been more of a demand of these kind of studies.
Yeah, so you have partly answered my next question, because my next question is about why do we need socio-economic analysis of universal design and accessibility? But can you say something more about this? Or?
I mean, many of the reasons why they are done it, one is because of the demand of impact assessment, but it's also, you can see our mapping, we focus, we mapped the 45 different studies and in different sectors, but we can see one big part of the studies are because of the impact assessment requirements, but there are also many studies that try to map what kind of benefits there are thanks to accessibility for other groups than people with disabilities. I mean, people not have a disability, like as a part of comfort measures and so on. So we can see that, and then we try to see what we can see also the way they're doing it is like the willingness to pay estimation, which means that they try to see how much people are prepared to pay, for instance, for a ticket on a bus or a train. If you want to pay more, if there are also measures like bus stop, benches at bus stops or better lighting and so on. In many situations you can see that these studies show that many people also are prepared to pay more. But there are also measures that is not so very obvious for people who are not have a disability, like audio loop for hearing impaired. People are not so much prepared to pay more on the ticket to have an audio loop in the bus, for example, because they don't need it. So it's very clear this is a measure that is very beneficial to people with disability, but maybe it's not so obvious for other people.
Very interesting. Could you say something about what was the main finding in the report? Main finding? Hovedfunn? Main finds? What did you find? The main things you find?
Okay. Can you show it? Because I don't hear you what you're saying. The main findings in the report is that you can see there are many different ways to conduct these studies. You have studies that do your observation, you try to see how people are behaving when you are in a bus, for instance. And there are studies that show, for instance, that people are, like I said, willing to pay. In many situations, you can see that the benefits are really greater than the cost. But it's also that you can see that there are challenges when conducting these studies. And the main reason is because it's difficult to find the causal relationship between the outcome of the measures. Like in terms, if you see that there will do different kind of measures for accessibility, and if you try to estimate the outcome for life participation and employment market, and also if they have a better benefits to get education, for instance, then we'll find that this is not very easy to get the data, and also for this kind of outcome results or an effect. That is a challenge many studies have. But you can see that also there are other things that's also a little bit complicated. Also to find, as I said, a causal relationship between it. So you can see you have a measure, and then you have the effect, and see that also there's some kind of causal relationship between it. the last thing also I can say that it is not unique for these kind of studies. It's something that most studies in these socioeconomic studies are struggling with. So that is complicated to conduct these kind of studies in general.
What are the challenges encountered in this analysis?
I mean, the challenges, as I said, it is complicated to get the data, and you need, I think, also more of we need more of better method for evaluation, for instance, and it's also very complicated to. I mean, also mapping, but I also think we need to develop this kind of studies, because I think also the definition of cost, for instance, is usually defined as a cost of the measurement of accessibility, but there also a cost, for instance, like inaccessibility has a cost. Like, and that's because people with disability are also very much affected by inaccessibility, by lower opportunities for work and so on. And that which you need something also need to calculate and the consequences for health and so on. So you also need, I think, something we need to develop the measures in many ways. But I think the main benefit of our studies or mapping is that we get a picture of many different kind of measures that have been used for this kind of studies and so on.
Okay, a last question before we finish. How are the Nordic Welfare Center going to use this report in future?
Okay. The way we do in the future, we will also try to, we have that, there was an assignment from BUFTA, which means that they have gotten the report. So their intention is to develop the studies, and also because in Norway you are conducting one of the studies. So hopefully there will be a more development of the studies as a ground. So then we are sharing it. The report we have conducted are in Swedish, but it is an extensive summary of the report, and also a summary of 45 studies in an appendix. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
So welcome to this fireside chat with Ayan Kishore from Benetech. Many people in this conference and in this online room will be familiar with Benetech and the great job that they are doing for students with disabilities. But maybe Ayan, in your words, where's Benetech coming from? Where are you, and what's next?
Thank you, Michael. Glad to be here. Benetech's about a quarter century old organization. We're a global nonprofit that's been focused on making learning more inclusive for students with disabilities. And we've been doing this in the US and India and all over the world. And I want to tell you a little bit more about this program that we started in India about 3 years ago. We've been in India for a decade and a half, but this special program is focused on building the capacity of schools to become, provide digital education. And I'm really inspired with that, and we're preparing for the next phase, so I want to talk about that.
Okay. Before we go into more details, please explain also the Benetech model. It's mainly about digitizing and digitalizing content and learning materials, but I think it's a lot more than that, no?
Yeah, so different programs are different. The program that we're most popular for and known for is Bookshare, which is the world's largest collection of digital accessible materials. We have over 1.2 million books in over 70 languages, available all across the world, and in most low and middle income countries it's completely free. So, for someone who's, for people, they can consume the content in different ways. So you can hear it via audio, you can consume the content via Braille. There's all sorts of ways you can do that, and lives have been changed because of the course of our time, in which students have been able to access learning because of that. So that's our core work, but then we surround that with all sorts of programming, from helping the publishing industry transform, from helping actually get to schools and helping build their capacity to do education with digital content and with digital materials. So we have a holistic program that's focused on literacy, numeracy, all the way from early grades on to lifelong learning.
Thank you, but maybe you give us a little more numbers so that we can get a feeling for the size and the development of Benetech and Bookshare.
Thank you. So, like I mentioned, so Bookshare works with over 1,000 publishers. We have served over 1.5 million learners around the world. And just as of last month, we've had 29 million downloads of books. So, just to talk about the scale, we're talking about millions of learners around the world who are using Bookshare to actually access content just like their able peers are able to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then let's move on now to your India strategy. Give us a little more detail on why India, what exactly you're up to, and where you currently are.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I'll tell you a story maybe. About a year ago, I was visiting schools for the blind in India, and we've been doing the work over there. And in one of the schools, this girl came up to me, and she was blind, and she started quizzing me on math questions. And my daughters do that to me. I'm pretty good at math. I'm a computer engineer and computer scientist, but she was tremendous. And so then the principal called me to the side and was like, Ayan, I need your help. I am scared about what I can do to actually enable her to be successful after she graduates. And there are lots of students like her. And this School for the Blind is in a large metropolitan area and is doing amazing work. They were trying to build life skills for these students. And did a good job of getting them to learn Braille. But the truth is that they were preparing them with skills such as farming, which is great because for many of them they go back into their to their rural homes and can have some form of support and sustenance. But for girls like the one I'm talking about, who dream to be an engineer, to be a scientist, to be an accountant, there is no path for them because society and the workplace is not prepared to provide the accommodations they need. There's no scribes in the workplace for her or others to go, and as a result, there's a significant unemployment for blind students and blind people all over the world. But so what we wanted to do is to prepare these students by introducing them to digital technology, to computers, and figuring out how they can use those independently so that they are prepared for a career that they can work in independently. So that was the motivation. This program we did in 20 blind schools, and I'll tell you a little bit about them. There were three components of this. I call it the 3 C's. The first part of this is computers or assistive technology devices, right? You need, and it doesn't need to be expensive. An Android phone with a Bluetooth keyboard is all you need for the most part to really, provide the technology that can change the lives. The second thing is accessible content. We spoke about Bookshare. We took all the national curriculum in India, in the state curriculums in most of the states in many languages, and made them accessible and available in Bookshare. So now you can, as a student, go and hear all your textbooks that you'd be learning and other things. And then the third part, which is extremely important and probably the most difficult to do, is capacity building, the third C. This is about mentoring teachers and educators and administrators to not just have like a computer in a separate classroom that's like a computer class. This is about integrating these devices and these tools into learning across everything they're doing. And I think that's what's been really amazing. We have seen first, the first thing what happened was they started reading with the computers, right? Second thing, they started doing their homework and assignments using computers. And last year we hit a major milestone. 10 of these students did state exams for their high school, the grade 10 exams, on their own, without a scribe, first time in the history. And they were independently able to write these exams. And 2 students have actually gone on and actually taken on jobs in the private sector. So this is really, really transformational, and I'm really excited about what the next step is for this.
Yeah. I completely agree, capacity building will be key. Every technology is at some point related to building the capacity to integrate it so that it's used, improved, maintained, trained, expanded. So what strategy are you using in India to scale this, to train, to find your partners?
Yeah. So first of all, we've been lucky to work with amazing schools who are, themselves becoming change makers in their communities. So they have really bought into, we're talking about people who realize, this is India we're talking about. They realize that technology can be a major force in transforming. But, trying to get the buy-in. We have a team of people in India. Most of them are blind. So being able for them to go into schools and be like, look how we got to what we are and look what we can do.
So this is Benedict. As Benedict, are you working with partners there?
We do, yeah. So apart from our own team over there, we have partners such as Enable India, we have M Junction, and then all sorts of other entities. We have corporate partners that donate devices, and we need a lot of that as we're talking about scaling. But we work with we obviously work with all these local organizations who are helping complement the program. And then this is a community that we've built of avant-garde schools that are actually leading the way and helping their states change policies so that students can get an access to inclusive education.
And looking at the overall Benedict strategy, how important is India now? Is this all your new capacity targeted towards India, or is it just one of several threads and
No,
strategies?
thank you. Yeah, so as you all know, we're a US-based organization, and a lot of our work is domestic, but we also do a lot of work around the globe. We have staff in India, Kenya, and the Philippines, but India is our largest program outside the US, and given the progress we've had in India, we definitely are in stage of sort of scaling the work in India. But we're the same work that we're doing in India, we've had countries in Africa come and approach us and talk about how they can bring a similar model there, and we are working with local partners in different countries to do that. So we're in about, I think, 30 plus countries right now, and honestly, we're happy to look for partners. We want to bring this country. We're happy to help, share what we have learned and help you do it in other places too.
Just trying to little understand this scaling strategy of yours.
Yeah.
If you have working in India, and that has a lot already done, the material is there, the technology is there, the capacity building programs are there. How difficult is this, how much has to be done to scale this to a related country that has a similar language and maybe a similar system? Is you have to start again from scratch, or how much % of what you built can be used in the next country?
Yeah, so first of all, by no means is the work done, right? I think we're beginning to prove the model. India is a big country. I tell people that India is like 28 countries in one. So, there's a lot of work to do even within India. And, talking about the numbers and, devices and all, this is a massive, massive scale work to be done. And, I think we're helping push the needle to do that. the model is pretty movable from one context to the other. You do have to, contextualize it, but a lot of the folks that we've spoken to, because these are just basic components of a program that work well. A lot of the materials that have been built to help train and build the capacity, and those learnings can be moved from one context to the other. But there's a lot of contextualization that does have to happen.
Okay. And how do you make your decisions when and how to move to the next country? Is this based on available funding or available good partners or available frameworks?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So there's a whole bunch of factors. I think we're first of all would need, we're looking for some level of an enabling environment, right? Whether it be, is there willingness from the government to really support students and learners with disabilities? Is there partners who are willing to, help contribute devices? Are we able to find, groups who can help build the capacity of others? So I think if we meet a bunch of those, we enter a country, and that's generally been our strategy. We have prioritized focusing on low and middle income countries, so that is definitely something, we want to make sure that our time here is put to the best use possible. So, but no, I think if those are some of the enabling conditions we look for, and obviously any work needs funding. So.
Let me close with one question with regards to the prime topic of these days, artificial intelligence. I'm sure you will agree that it will augment your work and support you and make it easier and accessible, but isn't it also a disruptive technology for making it easier to for others that are not as developed as you to enter this market? Or how do you work with artificial intelligence right now, and how is it influencing your strategy?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I mean, we're definitely at a moment where artificial intelligence can be transformational for, if responsibly used for students with disabilities. We have been using it for many years, and maybe it's a good way to close out on the story I mentioned of this girl, right? After this girl graduates from this school, she's going to be going, and I'm confident she's going to be going to an inclusive college in India, right? And if she wants to study a STEM subject, the challenge is that the content is highly inaccessible. You open a math book, you open a science book, diagrams and equations, right? And it is very expensive to remediate that content, make that accessible. That's the problem we're solving with AI right now. We built an AI infrastructure that can take any equation and put it into a format that you can actually navigate and with your, by hearing. I think that is transformational on what it can do for STEM learning. And we talk about, the careers, these students, it's STEM careers are the careers of the future. It's, to really have equity, we want to make sure that students with disabilities have the same opportunity. So that's just one example. But, I feel strongly that there's a lot of opportunities with AI that I think is particularly relevant for those with disabilities.
Yeah, so let us finish with one remark to what you just said. I completely agree. Also looking at this year's awardees of the Zero Project, there's specifically one on STEM from India, but on sign language. So they tried to standardize also sign language. Just following up your point that this is a transforming period. So it's I think many things are happening in these years now, and it hopefully also includes people with disabilities in everything that's related to inclusive education, but especially also to STEM education. And Kishore, thank you for having this conversation.
Michael.
Thank you for being with us here today.
Yeah, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We have the distinct pleasure of having this fireside chat with two outstanding representatives from Merck, Hazel Moran and Terry Stewart, who are going to talk about caretakers, the importance of caretakers and the caretakers of people who are aging and people who have disabilities. This is a very important subject matter that we have been dealing with in the Global Initiative on Aging and in other forums on the need to have an adequate policy, an adequate active understanding of the importance of caretakers in our realm. As a person who is aging, I am more inclined to saying that I think that this is one of the relevant issues of the future, as we will have 2 billion people who are aging by the year 2050, which is 26 years from now. And so I just want to frame it in the adequate form of the tendencies of the world on the issues of aging. I will first like to ask Hazel the following question. When it comes to caregiving and aging, what do you see in the role of public-private partnership in this field?
Thank you so much, Ambassador, it's an honor and a privilege to be the first and only pharmaceutical company to be invited to the Zero Project Forum. We're really thrilled to be here. EMD Serono is the U.S. healthcare business of Merck KGaA Darmstadt, Germany, and we are a global specialty innovator creating solutions for difficult to treat diseases and illnesses, including multiple sclerosis, fertility, and oncology. And for us, the private sector can't afford to sit on the sidelines when it comes to addressing the issues of aging and caregiving. And it's through our work together with GIA that we really see opportunities to reach many more people. As a company that is patient-directed and listens to and learns to what matters most to patients and their caregivers, we have relationships with patient organizations around the world, over 300 groups that we work with. But even so, we find that through partnerships with GIA, we're able to have more reach and have more influence and do more together. And when it comes to these issues, when you have an aging population that is going to put strain on our already strained healthcare system, we really need to have creative solutions. And that's why we're so excited and thrilled to be able to work with you on offering up training courses for caregivers because they're often thrown into responsibilities that they are not equipped to do or take on. And so through GIA's wonderful courses, we are able to help educate and equip caregivers on how to do things, simple daily tasks that caregivers provide, including addressing nutrition and diet needs, providing social supports, and really helping caregivers feel less burnout because they have the tools that they need to be successful in supporting patients. And when you have a healthy caregiver, you have a healthy patient in the end, and health outcomes is really what matters to us, is improving and prolonging the lives of patients and caregivers around the world. So for us, this partnership with GIA has become really a shining best practice that we are so excited to do more with you in the future.
Thank you very much, Hazel. I think that the issue of caretakers, as you have just framed it, is one of the most important and relevant issues of the day. When Sylvia and I visited an organization in Spain who trains, Sylvia Neira and I visited, the vice president of GIA visited an organization. We learned a lesson, a very particular and human lesson. It was in an organization called Vértice, which was training caretakers to assist people who were aging. And one of the things they told us was, we train assistants to take the person to the bathroom as a person not as a chair. And I was very impressed by that simple analogy that you need to give caretakers the capability, the structure, the security to do an outstanding human job of sensitivity and so on. So what you were just saying reminds me of that experience. Terry, I would like to ask you, given the tremendous time and resource burden that often accompanies caregiving, especially when caring for someone with a progressive illness, many caregivers worry about their ability to keep outside employment. What do you see as ways of employers can support caregivers, especially as the number of caregivers rises every year?
So there are a lot of things that employers can do to help caregivers. And I always like to think of caregiving as one of these situations where, you know, being a caregiver is any one of us at a time in our life. And so all of the solutions we think about, we have to consider it's a job for all of us to do. And so I'm really, really proud of what we've been able to do at our company to help our employees. And part of that has been, you know, one of the ways you can help the majority of caregivers is to give flexible work hours and options for remote work when possible. And so that alone is a huge benefit and something that we certainly provide. Also, we provide training so that when managers talk to employees about, you know, their need for greater support or any accommodation, that it's something that isn't sort of a fearful conversation that somebody is having where they feel like their job might be in jeopardy because they're talking to their manager about this. And so that training is mandatory for all of our employees, and something we take very seriously is building a culture inside of our company that's supportive of caregivers. I would say that, though, that probably culture is the most important thing. And the way that we do that is with sharing caregiving stories. So our leadership themselves will share stories about their roles as caregivers in their lives. And we have programming where, you know, our employees are sharing with their colleagues about the personal details of their lives and how they've cared for loved ones. Of course, those are things I think everyone can do. And then I think that sort of special things that we do, of course, is our partnership and our ability to go beyond to help caregivers outside of our company gain more skills and have sort of validation of the skills that they have and that grow within them as they provide caregiving services. And then, you know, I always have to say it as somebody who has spent my whole career in government and public policy, is that one of the other things we do, of course, is we advocate for governments around the world to think about caregivers in, you know, broader policy initiatives. And then within our sector in healthcare, there are ways that we can operate in our business in the public sector, whether it's research, clinical trials, patient care, that you're thinking and considering how this affects caregivers and how that can be part of the work that we do at its very foundation. So I think there's a lot of work to be done by employers, a lot of work that could be done by policymakers, and so very proud of the things that we've been able to do. And again, I have to echo what Hazel said. I think we're excited for this next year and continuing the partnership that we have. And you know, our plan is to continue to provide more trainings and do some focus on mental health, as it's sort of a growing concern, both for the people that are receiving care and for the caregivers themselves.
You bring up a very important point. The issue of health care, maybe caring for the health carers is one of the most important issues of the day as the numbers and tendencies of the world grow in aging. Hazel, there's a lot of discussion right now around how new technologies might shape healthcare. Things like AI and digital resources. What sort of advancements are we seeing for caregivers, and that more are needed to, and what more are needed to ensure caregivers and patients are receiving the help they need in the modern age?
That's a great question, Ambassador, and I would have to say there's still a lot of questions around AI and what that means for patients and caregivers. But what we fundamentally know is that patients and caregivers need to be part of the creation of solutions so that they can ultimately inform better outcomes. So for us, I think training is key. listening to caregivers about what's going to really matter to them in their daily lives will help build a better solution and ultimately help patient outcomes. And there's still so much that we don't know, but in talking to the caregivers we partner with, because we you know, through our listening and learning from insights from the community, we know that there has to be a seat at the table for caregivers and patients both, and folks to really tell us what we need to do as companies that are in the digital health space. We make a priority to include patients and caregivers in our advisory boards to understand, okay, what do we need to tweak or do a little differently? And I think it's really important that we all, you know, create these opportunities for more input to create patient-directed solutions. But we're not there yet. I mean,
Yes.
so much more training has to happen. And you know, partnerships like these are so important to doing so. So a lot of work to be done, but certainly a lot of great opportunities.
I agree with you completely. I think that when we were negotiating the Convention on Disability, Article 9 was about accessibility. Accessibility in the sense of, you know, wheelchair ramps and dots for the persons who can't see and so on. But we also included something that was an agreement between the rest, and that was access to technology. Because technology can mean an extraordinary jump in the ways that that can make life easier for persons with disabilities and aging, people with artificial intelligence. The expectations are enormous. Obviously, it's still a challenge to understand it completely and how we can do that. My last question is for Terry. As the population globally are aging at an increasing rate, we run the risk of decreasing amount of paid care available, which will inevitably shift the reliance to unpaid care. While many countries are thinking about their population dynamics and the birth rates, they have not all thinking about what will mean for caregivers. How can societies set themselves up for the success while ensuring they protect the well-being of the caregivers?
Yeah, so there's a lot of investment that can be done in preparing people. I mean, we know we have an aging population. We know that we have diseases that will happen over time, and that, you know, right now 1 in 5 Americans are a caregiver and 1 in 10 Austrians are a caregiver. So the chances are really great, and that statistic is only on the incline, that any one of us will be a caregiver in our time. So training, support, and policies that really, you know, paid leave and others that support people to take time to take care of their families. It's another thing I love about our program is in that validation, you're allowing people to potentially have a career as a paid caregiver from the standpoint of taking trainings as an unpaid carer for your family. And then I would say finally, the other part of it is really, I think that we have to make it part of the things that we think about. So we think about you know, when we create families, and parenthood is sort of a condition of the world. We think about disability probably a lot this week, being at this conference, but it's something that we sort of acknowledge. And so I think caregiving is, you know, awareness and support are the things that are really going to shift policy, shift public perception of it, and really make it more and more acceptable for us to provide the type of services and support that we need.
Thank you very much, Terry and Hazel, for this opportunity. This has been a Zero Project Fireside Chat, and we're very honored to end it with a message, a profound message of the need for care for the caretakers that we so much need in our world. Thank you again.
Okay.
And just causing doubt and friction, really.
And so, how do you see that affect consumers? Obviously, I mean, for folks who need to, because everybody, especially everybody of a certain age, who's either making money or has money to bank with, needs to be able to access these platforms. So, how do you see this adversely affect consumers? I mean, I would imagine that you interface pretty directly with disabled consumers to get their opinions on things.
Absolutely. We'll be working with disability charities to help design and build this product, so they can be involved from the very, very outset. So, you know, we don't know everything. They need to be involved to get it right. It's going to take time. It's not going to happen in a couple of weeks. It's going to evolve. But these people have a right to have an independent life.
And so let's talk a little bit more about bankability. We heard the inspiration. We heard kind of a high-level description of what the app does. But specifically, if I'm a financial institution out there looking to use or co-opt it, how does it work? How do you approach clients or financial institutions to help them use this app?
Well, I'm not a techie, so I'll describe it in my way. It's a little bit like our customer being able to choose the right spectacle specification and lenses to view and enable them to access the finances. So we're not a bank, we're an enabler. And once the person has chosen their ideal preferences, they'll be fixed until they want to tweak them a bit. So that's where it's very, very different to anything that's already available. So I don't think we'll ever have two profiles the same, because everyone's unique. And they'll be able to choose whatever their disability is, the right way to access their finances.
So a solution that speaks directly to access needs of a variety of different consumers. Going back to the financial institutions, obviously in different geographies, but globally, I think that financial institutions have a mandate, both from a regulatory lens as well as a social and moral and business imperative. So kind of talk about specifically in the UK context, because you're working and operating in the UK. What do you see as key drivers for financial institutions to co-opt something like bankability or to generally improve their accessibility?
A key focus right now would be the fact that the EAA is coming into force on the 28th of June next year, and where all banks, actually all businesses, not just banks, have to be accessible digitally. So we're going to provide them with a white label version, if you like. So if they're building their own currently, they can continue to build their own, but we can give them an instant solution.
And what are some of in the conversations that you've had with financial institutions, obviously you've had some success in working with folks. You've had success in piloting this app with a number of different organizations. But what do you see as kind of key barriers, despite all of these kind of imperatives, these business cases for why they should be doing this? Banks are still very slow in adopting accessibility as a core feature of what they do. What do you see as internal barriers to that? Like, what do you see as like key stoppers for that momentum?
I think there's probably several. I think probably lack of awareness in some banks. I think some banks maybe don't know what their customers' needs are. Legacy systems that are not very flexible. You can't just say, give it a try. Our luxury is we're starting from scratch, and it'll be completely accessible from the outset. Which is a luxury now, but if you take banking as just the first use case, after that, this engine, this platform, will be applicable to any sector and any market globally.
And going back to the use case, if I'm a financial institution and I'm looking for an accessible solution for an app, for example, but I already have an app, how would you integrate that pre-existing app in a way that won't require a ton more development dollars to be spent on the existing app itself?
I believe it's called an SDT card, but you're getting technical with me again there. There's a way they can actually just use our standalone, or we can actually work behind their firewalls and be part of their existing app as well and enhance it, if you like. One's instant, the other will take a bit longer. But the answer is still yes.
And could you tell me a little bit, could you tell me a little bit about some of the folks who've inspired this work, who have supported your work, and how?
Yeah, we have an absolutely amazing team of experts in accessibility and in fintech space and compliance, and the whole team to date have been working on a pro bono basis, which is just awesome. Because it resonates with them. They probably have a family member or friends that they know this will help.
And so to any financial institution listening, what is kind of the elevator pitch, so to speak, that you want to convey? Not in terms of how it works, but how this positively impacts the ecosystem, how it improves reach and certainly service to disabled consumers. And then my second bit is, within that argument, is there a case to be made for just improving usability in addition to just accessibility?
Once we've launched bankability, in making it accessible for the people with most challenges, we're making it accessible for everyone. And so therefore, bankability is what the world needs. It just needs it. What was the other question?
Well, I mean, you kind of answered it right there, where if I were, I don't know, a chief procurement person for a financial institution, how would you convey the value of the app to me?
Okay, I think the most obvious point is, it's the right thing to do. Doing good feels good, but they're going to enable more customers to access their products. At the moment they're locked out, which is not very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and so, I mean, again, so for any financial institutions listening or anybody working in the fintech or financial services sector, know that there's a wonderful app in bankability, know that there is a ready-made solution for banks who are looking to take that next step in accessibility, to understand how to do it and to seamlessly integrate accessibility into what they're doing, because it is the right thing to do, because there are 1.3 billion consumers out there who need this level of support, and And that's really it. I mean,
Well, I'm here at this wonderful conference. It's such an honour to be asked to come and speak here, to find organisations that want to collaborate with us, invest in us, to help bring this product to life as quickly as possible, and to roll it out around the world.
Awesome. Well, that's really all we have. Thanks, guys.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Tom Butcher of the Zero Project, and I'm here this afternoon with Rasko Hamasaeed of HDO in Iraq. We're going to discuss inclusive education challenges in the Kurdistan region of Iraq and steps forward. Great to see you, Rasko. I'm going to step in with some questions for you, if you don't mind. A baptism of fire. So, Rasko, what do you see really as the, say, 3 specific challenges faced by students, particularly concerning access, resources, and societal perceptions?
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas, and thanks for this opportunity to be here. I'm super excited to be part of this conference, and I would like to say that we are the only one in Iraq, despite having like more than 17% of people with disability in the country, and there's we can say there's no NGOs to represent here and to tell the international community the challenge that we face and the students face in the Iraq, and specifically in the field of education. You know that Iraq was the center of the war since the last 3 or 2 decades, and this how impacted or this how affected the education system in Iraq, specifically after 2015, after the ISIS camps, and how the infrastructure was how collapsed. We can say that students with disabilities in Iraq face challenge in the field of infrastructure, the accessibility, the resources, limited resources, the knowledge of the teachers, and the lack of the trained teachers, experts in the field of education. For example, there is a strategy among the Kurdistan regional government until 2013. So this strategy consists of the somehow building capacity of teachers. If you go a look at the strategy, you cannot find any topics related to the inclusive education. There is no topics that they're going to train the students, train the teachers on the inclusive education. So this is one of the challenges that there's limited resources, limited capacity among the local authorities, the teachers concerning the inclusive education. I would like to say another challenge, which is about the awareness of the families. They don't see education as a priority for their children to be access to education or this kind of stuff. So this is somehow impacted the enrollment. Let's somehow give an example. In Halabja, where we basically work, we have designed like 5 years program there. We yearly somehow collect the data about the students with disabilities in the city. So the data that are registered in the schools is 524 students. But when we go to the Directorate of Labor and Social Affairs and to see the number of children that we have for those with students with disability, for the children with disabilities are more than 1,000. So we can say half of the children have the access to education, and this is somehow another challenge related to the parents. They feel ashamed to send their children to the schools. So this is another challenge related to the families. Also, the limited resources, as I previously somehow talked about it, when the government, when there is a war, when there is an economic crisis, where there is somehow conflict between the parties, the most of the budget will be allocated to the wars.
Yes.
So there is no specific budget in Iraq for inclusive education. As far as we advocated for this, there is no, because actually there is some kind of conflict between the 2 governments. So this affects also the education system.
Right.
So also in terms of the civil society organizations and advocacy initiatives, we can say there is not actual strong organization that are committed to promote the rights of people with disabilities in Iraq. This affects also the advocacy initiatives. This somehow affected the process of how the rights are respected, the situation of the students in the schools. So the whole process is deep, and this somehow affects all the process of the community and the inclusion of people with disabilities. Also, the number of dropout rates somehow, it's very somehow, unfortunately to say, that affects all the community. We cannot see where the students are graduated from the university. So if you look at the number of graduates from the students with disability are less than 10%. So this is the actual challenge, that the situation of inclusive education in Iraq.
Right. And when I want to go back to one thing where we use the word students. What ages are we talking about? Are we talking about right the way through from primary, secondary, and tertiary education?
So basically, when I talk about the students, I refer to the age from 6 to the age of 12 from the primary, and also from the 12 to the 18s from the high level, and then the university level until 22. So this is the age when we discuss the topics.
Right. And you were saying that the dropout rate is really fairly high. So is there a larger proportion of smaller children who are with disabilities who are educated, then the next level up, even fewer, and then tertiary education, practically no one at all?
Even we don't have accurate data about the percentage and the number of illiterate students or peoples with disabilities, but according to the data that we have at Halabja Disabled Organization, we have more than 4,000 peoples with disabilities registered. Out of this 4,000 peoples, we can say 70% are illiterate and they cannot read and write. So this is the actual data that we have. It's accurate, and we can focus on it for the development of projects.
Right. So that's the kind of base data.
Yeah, this is one of the cities in Iraq, in Halabja. We basically work there and we collect the data. So this is the challenge have created this kind of illiteracy and this kind of knowledge, and how they can continue studying, and the dropout rates are increased always. And we see in it day by day how the students get dropped out due to the reasons of bullying, this kind of stuff also.
Yes. Wonderful. Oh, it's not wonderful at all. It's really, I mean,
strange.
Thank you for your answers. So let's move on, and I'm going to put two kind of different subjects together, which is the role of duty bearers, and then also like you to talk about some of the initiatives and contributions from civil society and really kind of donor organizations. So let's talk about duty bearers first, and the crucial role that educational institutions and policy makers have in both addressing and mitigating challenges.
Actually, in terms of the laws, in terms of the articles and the policies in Iraq and Kurdistan region, we have good articles, we have good policies, we have good laws that they protect the rights and the peoples and the students. Everything is good in terms of the articles and in terms of the books, but when we came to the reality, it's vice versa. We can see that the rights are violated, the rights are so on as we discussed it. But when we talk about the duty barriers, especially the local authorities from the Ministry of Education, Labor and Social Affairs and Health, the main responsibility is to provide support for the students and to somehow increase the resources for the special education, or we can say inclusive education, and somehow give extra support for the families, rehabilitation centers. Even now in Halabja, we don't have any kind of rehabilitation centers to rehabilitate authentic students, or this kind of, we can say ADHD students to be rehabilitated, then to go back to the school.
Right.
So this is their priorities actually, to provide these resources, as well as for the civil society organization or for the international community. We would like to say that there's a huge gap in this process, and there is much more efforts need to be pushed to the local authorities to take actions, actually to benefit from the experiences, to benefit from the knowledge in terms of inclusive education. There is much more support needed by the local authorities as well. So it's not only about, we can say, the resources, maybe the knowledge. I also fill some gaps by the ministries that we have. So this is also an issue that we ask the international community, the ones who have the power, they can change and affect the local authorities. Also, in terms of the local authorities concerning the second part of your question,
the initiatives,
the initiatives, there are many NGOs who work in the field of inclusive education, and they have shown good practices and good projects, but you know that their capacity is somehow limited. They cannot do everything. But according to what we have seen and what we are doing now, we have designed it like a 5 years program supported by Ministry of FIDA International, Ministry of somehow Foreign Affairs of Finland. Through these projects, we work in the field of building capacity of teachers, supervisors, social workers, families, and students with disabilities through many initiatives. Hopefully, we can say for this year in 2023 and 2024, we have targeted and we have reached to increase capacity of more than 100 teachers, specifically in the field of inclusive education, not other topics on the method of teachings and this kind of methods, but specifically in inclusive education and best practices. We have somehow trained many teachers, and we have seen the impact. Also, in terms of advocacy, we have designed projects where the young peoples with disabilities are the one who ask, the one who advocate for their rights with their families. So this is also a good practice, but also there is a need from the civil societies to be developed to work in the development projects. You know that Iraq is after post-war, they can say years, and we need extra support from the international community to support our initiatives. And because you are the grassroots, we know the problems, and we know the ways that we can solve the challenge faced by the students with disabilities.
Great. That's really interesting. And there's one aspect you mentioned, is it the Finnish government who are exactly, helping out. The donors who you do have who are involved, are they countries or organizations that have been involved in Kurdistan for a long time, or are they people who are coming into the field new, and this is something that these are new programs that they haven't done before?
We can say both. We can say both. There are some projects directly led by the experts from Kurdistan region and from the cities where they implement projects where somehow have a good response from the community, because they are the people from the community. They understand the issues, and the peoples interact with them. The response is very positive. Also, we have also the peoples from the experts from the Finland, so where they train the staffs, the teachers, the community, and they support us to do the work. So it's indirect support.
Great. Thank you so much. We've got 3 minutes left. And at the end of my talks and my discussions with my kind guests who are happy to appear, or maybe not happy to appear, I always say, what one or two things would you like listeners, viewers, everybody here to take away from our discussion?
The first one is support students with disabilities in Iraq, because they need to see the international events, conferences. They need to be here to see the initiatives by the we can say the NGOs or the foundations here, and get experience from these events and go back to the country implemented. This is the second one. The second one is I ask you to support Iraq to develop its inclusive education policies. It is teachers building capacity of its teachers, and this is something I can say very important at this level, because we need to increase the awareness, because there is limited knowledge among the local authorities on inclusive education, and then request to support Iraq in this process. Thank you very much.
Rasko, thank you very much indeed. I really appreciate your coming here. It's a long way, and whatever we can do, whatever everybody else here can help you with, that's why we're here. And I hope we see you at many conferences again. But thank you very much. And thank you, viewers, for joining us this afternoon for our virtual Fireside chat. There we go.
Thank you so much, Thomas.
Great stuff.
It was very good to be with you. Thank you.
And you got everything in.
Yeah. We have covered the time.
You really did. I mean, it was super concentrated.
so much for your attention.
Hello, my name is Claudia Werneck. I am a journalist. I'm sorry, I'm speaking English. Eu vou falar em português. Meu nome é Cláudia Werneck, eu sou jornalista brasileira e eu estou aqui honrada por apresentar o encontro entre 2 projetos premiados pela Zero Project Conferência.
I'm Cláudia Werneck. I'm a Brazilian journalist, and I'm very honored to be here and to be a mediator between 2 very important projects in Brazil.
Os 2 projetos, na verdade, um programa e um projeto, foram premiados pela Zero Project Conferência. E isso é bastante auspicioso no sentido de que, como eu represento a sociedade civil brasileira, nós estamos felizes de poder contribuir com as políticas públicas no Brasil que defendem direitos de pessoas com deficiência.
And actually, it's a project and it's an application, an app called Vem Cá, developed by Escola de Gente, School of People. And I'm very honored to be here and to talk about the integration of how this project and this application are going to come together in order to help to implement some inclusive how can I say?
To defend the inclusão de pessoas com deficiência.
To defend the inclusion of people with disabilities.
Aqui ao meu lado está o Gabriel Ligabue, que eu vou apresentar depois. Ele representa a Escola de Gente, que é uma organização que eu fundei há 22 anos e que trabalha para que as políticas públicas se tornem políticas públicas inclusivas.
And here at my side, there is Gabriel Ligabue. He works for Escola de Gente, and he's also, among his roles, he's also responsible for the app Vem Cá, and which is used for people to get to know, to search for inclusive events taking place in Brazil, and also to make any kind of activity more inclusive.
Yes, and it's important to say that in Brazil, we are going to have with us a nossa secretária nacional dos direitos da pessoa com deficiência, Ana Paula Feminella, que está conosco e é a maior autoridade na área governamental do país nesse momento. Eu gostaria de agradecer a presença da secretária Ana Paula e pedir que ela, por favor, se apresente e nos diga como que se dá a estrutura governamental na área da pessoa com deficiência e como é o dia a dia dela nessa gestão.
And now here we are going to talk. We are also going to introduce Mrs. Ana Paula Feminella. She is the National Secretary of the Brazilian government for the rights of people with development and people with disabilities. And she's going to talk now what about the structure of the National Secretary in terms of sorry, Claudia, it was too much.
Sobre dentro do governo federal, como é a estrutura do trabalho e do trabalho da secretaria dentro da estrutura do governo federal.
And how is the work of this National Secretariat within the federal government in terms of guaranteeing and the rights for people with disabilities?
Ana Paula. Ana Paula pode falar. Eu acho que por alguma razão técnica ela não sabe que está na hora. Por favor, tecnicamente tem algum problema aqui, senhor?
Please, it seems that the person in Brazil doesn't know that it's her timing for speaking right now. It's the time for Mrs. Ana Paula Feminelli to speak right now, but it seems she's not understanding.
É algum problema de comunicação técnica.
She's muted herself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quer que repita a pergunta?
Para abrir agora?
No, she's live now.
Hello?
Ana Paula, a pergunta que nós fizemos, eu pedi que você se apresentasse e que você falasse sobre a estrutura da Secretaria Nacional da Pessoa com Deficiência no governo federal, como funciona essa gestão.
So, Mrs. Ana Paula Feminella, I've just asked you to introduce yourself, and so be so kind to talk about.
Eu penso que ela continua sem ouvir.
She's not listening to
us.
Segundo
problema técnico. Bom, eu vou, enquanto a conexão não se dá, eu consigo ver a secretária Ana Paula Feminella, mas ela não nos ouve para responder a pergunta.
Just so that you know that you are here not knowing what is happening, we can see the Mrs. Ana Paula Feminelli, who is the National Secretary for the Rights of People with Disabilities, but it seems that for any kind of technical reason, she cannot understand us. She cannot see that it's the time for her to speak right now.
Agora sim. Ana Paula, você ouviu a pergunta que eu fiz? Obrigada.
Estou ouvindo agora, sim. Muito obrigada. Primeiramente, quero dizer que é um prazer, uma honra estar aqui, mesmo que em modo virtual. Espero que estejam me interpretando aí. Eu sou uma mulher branca, vou fazer uma brevíssima autodescrição, mas eu sou uma mulher de 50 anos, uso cadeira de rodas, tenho cabelo preto, sou branca e estou com uma blusa preta e um batonzinho na boca. Quero primeiramente dizer que sou uma mulher com deficiência, ativista de direitos humanos desde os anos 90, uma agenda ampla aí na defesa dos direitos humanos. Desde 2003, me tornei mulher com deficiência. Sou uma das fundadoras do coletivo de mulheres com deficiência do Distrito Federal do Brasil, da Frente Nacional de Mulheres com Deficiência. Me considero uma artevista, né? Ajudo e nas horas vagas consigo fazer um poema em torno da agenda de promoção dos direitos da pessoa com deficiência. Atualmente, sou secretária nacional dos direitos da pessoa com deficiência do Ministério dos Direitos Humanos e da Cidadania, que na estrutura do governo federal se encontra abaixo do presidente Lula, no primeiro escalão, está o ministro Silvio de Almeida, ministro dos Direitos Humanos e da Cidadania, que tem seus secretários nacionais sobre as agendas relativas aos direitos humanos. E, então, abaixo do ministro, tem os secretários nacionais, eu sou a secretária nacional dos direitos da pessoa com deficiência, que tem como atuação a coordenação e articulação política em torno da agenda de promoção dos direitos das pessoas com deficiência do governo federal. O governo federal, aqui no Brasil, nós temos uma relação federativa, onde o governo federal tem algumas atribuições, né, de execução das legislações nacionais, de cumprimento da própria Convenção Internacional sobre os Direitos da Pessoa com Deficiência. É a nossa secretaria que também coordena as ações do CONAD, Conselho Nacional dos Direitos da Pessoa com Deficiência. Esse conselho fica sediado, né, na nossa secretaria, e atualmente também estou presidente do CONAD, do Conselho Nacional dos Direitos da Pessoa com Deficiência. Eu não sei se eu consegui responder a tudo, Cláudia, e fico à disposição para a continuidade desse diálogo.
Obrigada. A tradução vai ser feita por vocês aí, né? Agora, a tradução para o inglês.
Vai ser agora? Desculpa, eu não sabia, eu pensei que estava acontecendo ao mesmo tempo. Eu vou passar
teve uma mudança em relação a isso, Ana Paula, por isso que não é mais simultânea.
Obrigada, Cláudia, pela explicação. Então, a gente está aqui também com a tradutora. Pode ficar aqui do meu lado. Ela vai sentar aqui do meu lado? So,
Ana Paula Feminella is the National Secretary for the Rights of Persons with Disability for the government of Brazil. And the National Secretariat for the Rights of Persons with Disability in the Ministry of Human Rights and Citizenship, which is a part of the structure of the federal government, and it is below President Lula. And the first level, it's Mr. Silva Almeida, Minister of Human Rights and Citizenship, who has his national secretaries that work on agendas related to human rights. And below this ministry, there are national secretaries. I am the National Secretary for Persons with Disabilities. She's a person with a disability that has an acting in coordinating and articulating policies around agendas for the promotion of rights of people with disability alongside our federal government here in Brazil. And we have a federative relation to the federal government. There are a few attributions in the execution of national legislation, the fulfillment of the International Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, and also this the Secretariat coordinates actions. She's also the chair of CONAD, which is the National Council for Rights of People with Disabilities. And this council has its headquarters in the Secretariat itself. She doesn't know whether she was able to answer to all of your questions, but she hopes that this is a fruitful dialogue.
Acabo de saber que nós temos apenas 5 minutos para terminar tudo. Então, eu vou pedir, Ana Paula, secretária, por favor, eu vou pedir que o Gabriel se explique do que a gente está falando aqui, porque ainda não houve oportunidade dele explicar do que se trata o Vem Cá, e eu pediria que, rapidamente, você explicasse, ao final, o que é o Plano Viver Sem Limite, porque o nosso aplicativo Vem Cá de Cultura Acessível acaba de ser incorporado ao Plano Viver Sem Limites, mas nós não conseguimos ainda explicar o que é o Vem Cá, nem o Plano Viver Sem Limites.
So, due to a very short time left that we have right now, we are going to, Gabriel is going to talk a little bit about the Vem Cá app, which Escola de Gente has developed, and how the Vem Cá app is going to be connected to the Living Without Limits plan implemented by the Brazilian government. And so Gabriel is just going to talk a little bit, because so far we didn't have the time to talk neither about the app nor about the plan itself.
Obrigado. Meu nome é Gabriel, eu sou um homem branco, de cabelos grisalhos, sou sexagenário e uso barba e óculos. Sobre o Vem Cá foi um aplicativo criado por uma organização da sociedade civil independente que não tem mantenedores, que dentro de alguns projetos que nós trabalhamos no Brasil, baseados numa política de incentivo fiscal, onde as empresas conseguem, por incentivos governamentais, patrocinar alguns projetos. Essa foi a construção inicial do Vem Cá. Ele foi lançado em 2019 e com uma ideia muito simples, A ideia básica do Vem Cá, à época, era fazer com que aquelas pessoas com e sem deficiência pudessem buscar e encontrar onde tivesse ocorrendo eventos culturais que tivessem algum tipo de acessibilidade. Essa foi a ideia inicial e foi como o Vem Cá foi lançado, em 2019. Durante o período da pandemia do Covid-19, o Vem Cá, nós, dentro da Escola de Gente, percebemos que o papel do Vem Cá teria que ser ampliado. E aí nós começamos a entender o Vem Cá justamente, e a gente criou até uma imagem. O que tem que ser o Vem Cá? O Vem Cá tem que ser como uma praça pública, onde as pessoas com e sem deficiência possam encontrar entretenimento, encontrar artigos acadêmicos, possam ler livros, possam ter todas as condições de ter o papel cotidiano de um cidadão, né? Então, essa foi a ideia, e foi aí que nós começamos a trabalhar mais profundamente no Vem Cá, e é o estágio que a gente está hoje, né? E qual os dois desafios, e por que a questão do viver sem limites para o Vem Cá é tão importante? Porque uma organização social, como eu falei, independente, ela consegue ter inovação, consegue gerar soluções, mas, na verdade, a escala para isso, e é o papel, como a Cláudia falou, da Escola de Gente, é transformar políticas públicas em políticas públicas realmente inclusivas. Essa é a missão que a Escola de Gente se propõe, né? Nós precisamos contínuo investimento. Então, nós temos dois desafios básicos para o Vem Cá, para conseguir atingir essa escala que a gente precisa. O primeiro é um desafio tecnológico, porque a tecnologia avança muito rapidamente e, no nosso caso, num país com a desigualdade que o Brasil tem, e sabendo que a grande maioria das pessoas com deficiência, que são os usuários finais, do aplicativo, normalmente vivem nas áreas mais empobrecidas do país, a gente, com celulares, que não são os celulares de última geração, o nosso desafio tecnológico é conseguir a máxima acessibilidade com o mínimo de comprometimento dos equipamentos celulares que essas pessoas podem usar. E esse é o desafio da área tecnológica. O outro desafio é justamente o financeiro que se liga a essa. Porque nós precisamos, a tecnologia avança muito rapidamente, e nós temos um desafio financeiro, porque o aplicativo ele deve ser e vai continuar sendo gratuito para o usuário final. Porque, no Brasil, a acessibilidade, a gratuidade, justamente em função disso que eu falei, das áreas mais empobrecidas, é um tipo de acessibilidade. Então, nós não podemos tirar isso. Então, no nosso modelo de receita, ele não existe como licenciamento, não existe como cobrar pelo serviço do aplicativo. E, então, por isso mesmo, estar inserido dentro de uma política pública é uma forma da gente poder dar escala e entender que poder fazer um investimento contínuo para melhorar o aplicativo e mantê-lo sempre atualizado em termos tecnológicos e cada vez com maior funcionalidade, com mais funcionalidade. Me estendi.
Well, I'll try my very best. So, Gabriel started talking about the app Vem Cá, which was created in 2019 by Escola de Gente. Escola de Gente, Communication in Inclusion. It's a non-profit organization in Brazil whose main task is to transform public policies into inclusive public policies. And the main objective of the Vem Cá is to allow people with and without disabilities to look for events happening throughout Brazil. And now Vem Cá, this app became even more, how can I say, even more ambitious. And now it wants to also include not just inclusive events taking place in Brazil, in different cities of Brazil, but also telling people where they can find articles, where they can find books about their interests, right? And during the pandemics, what we have realized is that a lot of people didn't get the right information. They didn't have access to the right information. The World Health Organization didn't send the right information for people who are really in need of them. And in Brazil specifically, when we do not have where we can say that the main people, that most people with disabilities, they also come from, they belong to low-income families or communities living in the peripheral areas of the cities, and of course not having the access to the right information that they need at on time, right? And so then after the pandemics, we had 2 more challenges added to that. And the first one, in order to be connected, in order to be linked to the Brazilian, to the government project of Living Without Limits plan, it was needed to have more and more, how can I say, to become it needed to have a more robust infrastructure. And for that, we need more and more investments. And let me see what else. Because as Gabriel was telling, the main people without technology, it's evolving so quickly. And of course, in order to follow this quickly development, we really need continuous investment. And what else can you say, Gabriel? Can you help me here? Yeah? Okay, I think, well, I tried to make the best that I could out of that. And so we ask Mrs. Ana Paula Feminella to talk about again.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Obrigada, Ivana. Eu gostaria de pedir à Ana Paula que explicasse quais são as metas do Plano Viver Sem Limite, o que é o Plano Viver Sem Limite 2, e de quais são as expectativas desse encontro, dessa adoção de uma política pública, adotando o nosso aplicativo Vem Cá. Como é a sua percepção do fato?
So actually, we'd like to get to know from you which are the main challenges, which are the main objectives, actually, of the Living Without Limits plan. And how do you see the connection, how do you see that the Vem Cá app developed by Escola de Gente can then help supporting the government Living Without Limits plan?
O Plano Viver Sem Limite é um plano nacional de promoção dos direitos da pessoa com deficiência que tem como objetivo, sim, a construção participativa da promoção dos direitos da pessoa com deficiência, a retirada do público com deficiência, da invisibilidade para a garantia da efetividade dos nossos direitos, né, os direitos das pessoas com deficiência em todo o país. Ele envolve, esse plano, ele tem uma duração de 4 anos, foi um comando da Presidência da República, que no ano passado nos deu 120 dias para elaborar, né, coordenar a elaboração. Nós dialogamos com 27 ministérios, né, órgãos do governo federal, e construímos um plano que, na sua primeira etapa, tem 95 ações e envolve o orçamento público federal de 6 bilhões e 500 mil reais, mais de 6 bilhões e meio. Isso como tarefa, como compromisso de 11 ministérios, entre eles o Ministério da Cultura, e dentro do Ministério da Cultura, né, a iniciativa e o governo Lula e todos os nossos ministérios, a gente dialoga muito com a sociedade civil e está atento também às principais demandas da população, às demandas por acesso à cultura, ao protagonismo das pessoas com deficiência na cultura, passa por acessibilidade, passa também pela informação em tempo real, para que as pessoas possam exercer seu direito como sujeitos de direitos culturais também. Então, essa retomada com o governo Lula de um novo plano, um plano que integra várias ações, por isso ele também é um plano de coordenação intersetorial, que envolve vários ministérios. Agora, então, a gente tem no Vem Cá uma possibilidade, né, a partir dessa articulação junto com o Ministério da Cultura, potencializar os próprios resultados do Plano Viver Sem Limite, para que a população tenha conhecimento sobre os acessos aos bens culturais, inicialmente, e, posteriormente, a gente tem planos mais ousados, né, Gabriel e Cláudia, para que a gente se integre essas inovações construídas pela sociedade civil, em diálogo com as principais demandas desse público, para que a gente agregue esses esforços públicos e da sociedade civil em torno da democratização, do acesso, da participação ativa e da equidade social. Então, é nessa perspectiva que o VENCAR é muito bem-vindo, né, para a agenda de direitos, né, do Plano Viver Sem Limite. Né? Então, nós, enquanto Secretaria Nacional, que coordenamos essa articulação do governo federal, agora estamos indo para os estados, porque o que a gente, né, nessa relação interfederativa, a gente tem que dialogar com os governadores, com os prefeitos, são quase 6.000 prefeituras, e a gente quer, sim, que o direito saia do papel, né, dos direitos positivados na Convenção Internacional dos Direitos da Pessoa com Deficiência, que é texto da nossa própria Constituição Federal, e positivado no dia a dia de todo brasileiro e brasileira com deficiência, gerando o quê? Né? O desenvolvimento social, gerando a erradicação das desigualdades em função das barreiras. Né? A gente coloca o Plano Viver Sem Limite em função da gente superar os limites e as barreiras construídas socialmente. Então, é nessa perspectiva, com essa alegria, que a gente vem dialogando com a sociedade civil, essa construção coletiva tão necessária para a efetividade dos direitos. Eu não sei se eu expliquei tudo, mas eu estava um pouco apressada pela emergência do tempo que temos, né? Muito obrigada.
Despite the short time, I would like to say that our plan in regards to Viver Sem Limite, or Living Without Limits, which is a national plan of promotion of the rights of persons with disability, which has as a goal a participatory construction and promotion of human rights of persons with disability. The invisibility of persons with disability in Brazil and the guarantee of effectiveness of their rights, as it is a right to have access to culture in Brazil. This plan will have a duration of 4 years, which was a command of the President of the Republic, which in the last year gave us 120 days to elaborate and coordinate the elaboration as we dialogue with other 27 ministries of Brazil, the organs of the federal government as well, and we constructed a plan which is in its first stage would have 95 actions involving public budget of more than 6 billion reais, and having as a task and a commitment of their 11 ministries as well as the Ministry of Culture to join and create this initiative. There are several other initiatives, and with President Lula's government and all of our ministries, we dialogue a lot with civil society, and we are attentive to the main demands of the population. Demands to access to culture, to the protagonism of people with disabilities. And in culture, this is necessary to have accessibility, and also necessary to have information in real time that people can access easily to exercise their rights as cultural subjects. So when President Lula went back to the government, we created this plan which integrates several actions, and it is also a plan of coordination of several ministries and sectors where we have VENCA, which is a possibility for articulation, and that may have great results. Living Without Limits, or Viver Sem Limites, will enable the population to access its cultural goods initially, but later we have even more bold plans so that we can integrate the innovations built for civil society in dialogue with the main demands of this public, so that we can join efforts from our public, the civil society, towards democratization of the access and active participation in social equity. This is our perspective, the perspective of the app VENCA, to the agenda of rights of persons with disability. So as a national secretariat, we coordinated the articulation with the federal government, and now we're heading to a coordination with the local governments of municipalities and states. Almost 6,000 mayors and prefects are working with us. And we do want those rights to be real, effectivated, as is provided for in the International Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disability, which is a part of the Brazilian Constitution. On a daily basis, people with disabilities in Brazil would like to see the social development that is generated by stopping inequality as a function that exists due to barriers, and those are placed within the plan Living Without Borders, ou Viver Sem Fronteiras, and this will be socially constructed. This is a perspective that brings us joy, and in our dialogue with civil society, it will be possible.
Obrigada, secretária Ana Paula Feminella. Eu acredito que a sociedade brasileira se beneficiará muito dessa parceria instituída com a sociedade brasileira e o governo federal, principalmente a população com deficiência. Eu agradeço muito a sua presença, a sua disponibilidade de estar aqui conosco. Eu agradeço ao Gabriel também, a nossa tradutora, Ivana, que fez todo o possível, assim como a tradutora de vocês, para compensar a nossa questão técnica de não ser possível uma tradução simultânea. Muito obrigada e longa vida a todos os projetos inclusivos que existem no mundo. Um abraço.
We really would like to thank you, Mrs. Ana Paula Feminella, for your presence here in the event, for your talking, and we really hope that the Brazilian society will be able to benefit from this partnership between between the government and the Venka app, and especially people with any kind of disability. And we really wish long life to all inclusive projects throughout the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Para fazer a fala final? Thank you. Não sei se a gente continua, não, né?
Eu estou na dúvida também aqui. Terminamos?
Is it over? Yeah?
Terminamos. Obrigada. Um beijo.
So it's going...
Obrigada, querida.
Obrigada. Desculpe a confusão aqui para nós. Foi uma surpresa também. Desculpe.
What an exciting time to be here at the Zero Project Conference 2024. I'm Małgorzata Margaret Grobelna, and I'm with Zero Project, their new program manager. And I'm not here alone, though it might look like that. I'm joined by the wonderful Rachel Inegdebion, and I would ask her to introduce herself right now.
Thank you so much, Margaret, and my name is Rachel, and I am a social development professional, originally from Nigeria. I'm the visionary in charge of a nonprofit in Nigeria known as Special Needs Initiative for Growth. And basically what we do is we use educational practices, employment practices to enhance the living and lifestyle for persons with disabilities. So cutting across Down syndrome, autism, visual impairment, and cerebral palsy. We do this so that we can give people with disabilities a meaningful life and ensure that their life is much enriched in terms of education and employment. So I think I'll end it here. Thank you.
That's right. If I'm understanding you correctly, we will be talking about inclusive education, right? So
yes, please.
Exactly. So let's take a little stroll down the memory lane. How it used to be in Nigeria in your region, and what have you realized that is needed, especially with your individualized approach that you have in your company, in your NGO?
Yes, thank you for that. For us, we take very importantly individualized assessment for fair skill development representation. And I say that because we look at every children, regardless of their disability, to be unique, not only in personality, but also in their learning needs. And for us in Special Needs Initiative for Growth, our individualized assessment approach is not just a procedure, but it's also a pathway for persons with disability and each student's distinct journey. So for instance, we have a young lady with cerebral palsy in the southern part of Nigeria. Her name is Amina. Basically, one of the things we do for her is that we ensure that traditional assessment methods would help to overlook her, not help to push her potential away, but we ensure that we employ a personalized assessment that considers her motor skills and cognitive abilities. And for our educators in our organization, we also help to develop a tailored learning plan for persons like Amina. And this not only boosts Amina's confidence, but also allows her to progress at a pace suited for her abilities, so that she could reflect a true representation of her skill development. So our aim basically is to kind of replicate this success for every child, regardless of their disability, and ensure that assessments are not barriers, but bridges to learning and growth for them. I also want to give another instance. So we also have a young man with dyslexia, though it's not part of our mode. But one of the things that we understood from him was that we perceived he had an uninterested way of learning. So for us, we used individualized assessment as well, again, to kind of understand his unique interaction with, tests and other aspects of learning. So our educators also use tailored teaching methods such as audiobooks and speech-to-text software to help improve his way of learning. And this not only uplifted his learning experience, but also brought a new sort of hope to his family and the community where he resides. So all of these are just, kind of pathways where we kind of try to enrich people with disabilities, especially children and young adults, so that they could excel in life.
I believe that we all are here in favor of this individual approach to each person, especially people with disabilities, because they are not en masse. Everyone is unique in their own way. But I also am wondering if there is a possibility to also adjust the programs. I think you mentioned something about it.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Are there any adjustments to the program, for example, with the assessment? Is it like it can change the approach to each person, to each individual? Or is it like we are going only one track and we never change the program at all?
No, it's dynamic. So basically, what that means is that we use a dynamic feedback loop to help align with their evolving needs. So evolving means that children or young adults with disabilities, what we see now is basically what we definitely will not see that same pace in the next few months or weeks from now because they keep evolving. So I would say education is static because our methods shouldn't be either. So for us, when we think about dynamic feedback, we ensure that our educational strategy evolves in real time and we respond to the immediate needs of our students. So take, for example, last year we had a young man called David. So David has Down syndrome, and his parents noticed that he was really struggling with current literacy models. So we tried to create a feedback channel that enabled David assess, and adjust to the curriculum. So we integrated more visual and auditory stimuli where David could learn and choose his preferences in terms of learning. And this adaptation not only helped to salvage David's learning experience, but also helped to contribute to a larger database for us that helps to refine our program. So that's basically what I mean by education not being static, because what we did for David, we would not do for someone else because it's quite individualized. So it's a continuous cycle of learning and adaptability and improving based on real life and real-time needs. Another example will be a young woman known as Mariam. Mariam has struggled with mathematics because she had phobia for it. So one thing that we did is that we understood that there was a lack of effort in that aspect. So through our dynamic feedback system, some of our teachers and parents were able to pinpoint the challenge as well. So what we did was that we adjusted her learning environment to include the use of visual aid, like a one-on-one tutor, and Mariam's performance improved significantly. So it was really good to see the trajectory of growth with Mariam. And this illustrates the strength of a feedback loop that culturally is attuned and sensitive to the real needs of students with disabilities, all learners with disabilities. Yeah.
Do you know how many people benefited from your program? Do you know the numbers?
Yes, so currently we have over 13,000 persons who have benefited, especially not just persons with disabilities. We also have parents, we have our educators, because we understand that it's a community social mechanism where everyone is learning. So it doesn't bite us. So what we mean is that as children with learners with disabilities are learning, they are also transferring the learning to their parents and vice versa. There's a loop of feedback across each stakeholder in this learning unit. So for us, we see that very important because we want the knowledge to be sustainable. And we feel like not just training the young persons with disabilities would be enough, but also the families and, kind of creating that culture, sense of collectivism and community so that everyone could know what sense of duty they have to perform to ensure that, learning is inclusive.
That sounds really impactful, so I'm really glad I've got to talk to you about it. What I'm also wondering are some of the teaching methods that you are using, because you mentioned already a few that are so diverse. How do you go about it?
So for us, we understand that it's not a one-size-fits-all approach to teaching, because teaching is very important when it comes to customization and contextual learning. So instead, we embrace some sort of spectrum of teaching methods where each one is designed to address the specific needs of different disability clusters. So for example, for children who are visually impaired, what we do is that we integrate Braille and audiobooks into their curriculum. And, another example I would give is a young man known as Chidi. Chidi is in the southeastern part of Nigeria. Chidi is visually impaired. So what we did for Chidi was that we tried to engage his educational performance, and he's really improved. So what he did is he could read his study material in Braille. Similarly, for children with autism spectrum disorder, so we incorporate structured learning and sensory integration techniques. And by doing so, we're not just educating them, but we're enriching their lives to make sure that learning is accessible, it's enjoyable, and it's really effective. We also had a case of a young woman with autism spectrum disorder who found traditional classroom setting very overwhelming for her. She complained a lot, and also it took a nag on her parents as well as her teachers at school. So what we did is that we also adopted a special teaching method, and what we did is that we used some visual schedules and sensory breaks, and then it was really good because it kind of helped to open our eyes towards the possibility of learning in a cultural and well individualized context for her. And to us, we see this personal, way of learning as really very special keyboards for our young persons with disabilities, because it's really helping them to improve their motor impairments, adapt to various sensory needs, because, just helps them become really independent. It builds their self-esteem, and it's really crucial for academic success. So yes, I can say for us that we're really making every child's journey quite rich and rewarding. And we can't do it without the parents or without the educators, because we know, and the community itself, because we need them to ensure that learning is rich and enjoyable and effective for persons with disabilities.
Exactly that. And on that note, you are doing such amazing things right now. But what does the future hold? Where are you going next? And I want that to be our parting words for this fireside session.
Thank you. I think for us, one of the things we're looking at, I've drawn a lot of, experiences, not just from this project that we do for persons with disabilities in Nigeria, but also learning from our partners. And who are our partners? Our partners are the people beside us who are non-disabled, like the government, the private stakeholders, our parents, our guardians, our educators. These are so important in the ecosystem. And so this discussion is not merely about education, but it's also about reimagining a future where every child, including those with disabilities, are given the respect, the tools, and opportunities to carve out their own destiny. Because whether we like it or not, like I mentioned Amina, who once sat on margin, they are now the center of our educational strategy. So with people like Amina, with her abilities and not her disability, we are redefining her academic journey. The same thing I've talked about in feedback loop, creating an ecosystem where voices like David, I mentioned David, and even the educators and the parents can converge to inform and shape a more empathetic educational framework. We need that because the feedback is the pulse that keeps our initiative alive and evolving. And then speaking of the diverse teaching methods I spoke about earlier, these methods are about acknowledging the spectrum of human capability and ensuring that our teaching practices are as varied and vibrant as the children they are designed to support. And so I'm really urging us, we are change makers in this room right now. So whether we like it or not, we change makers, the policy makers, the educators, the advocates in this conference today, we need to carry forward this torch of personalized progress. We need to make these insights and translate these insights into real actions. And so what this means, we need to push up for more policies that support individualized education and adaptive and learning and an adaptive learning environment that every country should be able to practice. And once we have all these tools and knowledge and technology to make inclusive education a reality, trust me, we would make the world a better place. So in ending, I want to thank us for our engagement and our empathy and our commitment to discuss. Let's keep it up. The journey is just begun. The conversation should continue to go on. And thank you for your time.
Exactly. Let's continue to make really inclusive communities and not only stop at education. Thank you so much, Rachel. And let's continue with another fireside.
Good afternoon. I'm at Zero Project. My name is Katherine Johnson. I'm from St. Cloud State University in Minnesota, and I am with my colleague Amanda. You want to introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Krause. I'm at the University of Arizona in Tucson, Arizona in the southwestern United States. Very happy to be at the Zero Project Conference.
So today we'd like to talk to you about accessibility and inclusion in higher education. And I'm really honored to be with Amanda because honestly her university is one of the models in the United States that all of us can learn from. So today we're going to be able to share from the expertise and knowledge of Amanda and her experience, not only in the academic position that you hold, but as an individual with a disability who went to higher education in the United States. So first, can you start just sharing your story a little bit, your experience of access to higher education when you were a student?
Sure.
Back in the day?
Not that long. Back in the day, yeah. I went to college in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which was a fairly challenging city. I use a wheelchair. I'm sitting in my wheelchair right now. Pittsburgh has a lot of hills, and it snows and rains, and often at the same time. So I started college in the late 90s, so just a few years post Americans with Disabilities Act, so post ADA, and I think, nobody really knew what we were doing yet. So so I kind of learned not to request accommodations. Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a formalized process to do so. Everything was kind of one-off. Wow. And so, I had a fine experience at school. I ended up going on to graduate school, which is how I ended up at the University of Arizona, where I did my master's and my doctorate. And that was a completely different experience because the University of Arizona has a very long history of disability resources. The southwestern U.S., Tucson specifically, is just naturally more accessible. It's flat and dry. It's the desert. So as a chair user, it was great. And I didn't know access could be so good. I was used to growing up on the East Coast, Northeast, outside of New York City, Pennsylvania, much older part of the country in terms of architecture, a lot more weather. So the University of Arizona, really kind of just alleviated a lot of the burden around access. So not just the place, but also the resources. So it's been kind of a journey for me as a disabled individual, having gone to school there and now working there in disability resources. But that was really my first introduction to the disability community, including disability access.
And I just look to you as one of the experts. You've spoken for our university before too, and we were very honored with that. But as far as what you've learned on your journey to get you to where you are today, what advice do you have for universities to have really a transformative shift in how they approach access and inclusion on college campuses?
Yeah, thank you for the question, because there needs to be a shift. I think that even with the best of intentions, we have been trained, many of us explicitly trained, to respond to disability access or barriers to access through a compliance lens, which means we're considering disability a liability, right? If we don't respond, that person could get hurt. They could sue us, we're gonna get in trouble, it's going to cost a lot of money. So what do we need to do to be compliant, right? And I should say, in this international venue, the United States is very, very lucky to have a decades-long history of federally required disability access. And I'm grateful for that, and I benefit from that. And there is a way in which a compliance mindset keeps us stuck. Because when we're just looking to make, the least amount of kind of effort, if you will, and just how do I maintain my compliance, check the box, often something will be accessible, but not very good. Right, or not very similar, not shared. And I can say that being disabled my whole life, right, a lot of the access when I was, especially on the East Coast of the U.S., it was that way, which wasn't very good, right? So, you might go in the front door and I'm gonna have to look for my way around the side or the back, regardless of time of day, weather. That's an example of something that is compliant, but not inclusive. And so there is a way to consider disability access and disability inclusion where we can start with inclusion and equity in mind. Because when we put an equitable solution in place, when we proactively plan for diversity in our spaces, in our classes, in our workplaces, we're probably going to meet our compliance obligations, because universal design is good design, right? Inclusive design is good design. Everyone benefits from that. And that's also just a friendlier way, I think, to think about our communities, right? Because in higher education, we do work quite hard to create welcoming, inclusive communities for diverse people. But yet, disability is somehow still kind of over there, right? We're going to work on inclusion and community over here, and the ADA will take care of disability. And that's inaccurate, right? The ADA is there, it's very important. And, right, I mean, a lot of things need to be true. We have to hold them true at the same time. So we can be concerned with community and inclusion and ADA compliance by starting from a place where we're prioritizing inclusion and universal access.
This morning, I don't know if anyone saw the keynote by President Bobby Cordano from Gallaudet University, and she shared about the bilingual approach that they have implemented as a university for the deaf community globally. And one of the things that really stuck out to me was working to promote a sense of belonging, and how often our students with disabilities may end up being very isolated and not a part of groups or feel that sense of community. Can you share how you've really worked to advance that sense of belonging for students?
Right, absolutely. You know, thinking back on my own experience, that sentiment did not exist when I was growing up and when I was in college. So, you know, and that could have been me, although I believe that just as our national consciousness or international consciousness, we've evolved. And back then, we didn't talk about disability community. We didn't really talk about belonging. We didn't even really talk about ableism until a few years ago, really explicitly. You know, so disabled students, let's say, are admitted to universities by the same standards as non-disabled students. They are held to all the same standards as non-disabled students, yet their choices are limited in the dorm room they can live in, the classrooms they can, you know, have their classes in, the schedules they can have, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really where I think we can start to look at community and belonging. So how do you say, welcome to our university, but you have to do all these different things from everybody else, right? You're gonna have to make a request and wait, and we'll see what we can do, right? That's confusing, right? Because everyone deserves their space at the university, and that could be as a student or as an employee. Everyone's earned their right to be there. So, you know, part of belonging is really anticipating diversity and anticipating difference in how we think of our teaching, our classrooms, our spaces, our events, our workplaces. We want to think about the widest possible audience so that everyone feels a part of that community, not apart from it. So, you know, and that's where, again, I think we're very interested, and I don't know how good we are in higher education, American higher education, at kind of diversity and inclusion, but we try. But with disability, it is often different. And that is, I think that's really an issue of values.
Right.
And issues of equity or inequity that we need to really be getting at.
Also, earlier, when we talk about a sense of belonging, earlier on the panel that you were just on, regarding access in higher education, a young woman from Jordan raised the question about, what about international students? And how do we really advance inclusive educational exchanges, either short-term or degree-seeking international students? Can you talk about your international students with disabilities and how you really work to welcome them?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have, you know, I work at our Disability Resource Center where all access is centralized for students, employees, et cetera. So one of our, you know, close partners are Study Abroad and Arizona International, working, you know, all over the world essentially to provide Arizona education, right? University of Arizona education. You know, I think that international students are kind of thrilled when they arrive at the U of A, and I would say that that's probably true at most American campuses where access has been a priority for many years. Where I think that, you know, from just our American perspective, sometimes we can take things a bit for granted, right? And so, I think when you're not used to having a pretty high baseline of access, that when you realize lots of things have been considered in terms of the physical space or academic accommodations or places to live on and around campus, it makes your experience obviously much, much smoother, much more of a seamless transition. So I think that international students are just delighted when they get to campus. The flip side of that is we, of course, encourage American students at our university to study abroad, and that can be very challenging given the different legal frameworks. So, we do the best we can, and we try to partner with campuses that are willing to make changes and accommodations, but it's tricky, right? And so that, again, goes to really highlight how the legal framework shapes our socio-political or socio-cultural understanding of disability.
Right. I definitely am very passionate about educational exchanges and encouraging students to go. It's part of what we really value as inclusive diplomacy, that we can offer not only the educational exchange experience for the student themselves, but then for the community in which they have their exchange experience.
Right.
And it's a win-win when we are inclusive of our educational exchange programs. So we're getting down to the wire of this lovely time together. What resources exist for universities that really want to up their level of accessibility for students with disabilities? Could you highlight some resources that you might know of?
Right, sure. I would love to share the Association on Higher Education and Disability, which is based in the U.S. but offers resources for international universities and really sets best practice and standards for disability access in higher education. I shared a book chapter that was recently published that really describes the University of Arizona's model and reconceptualizing concepts of access. And that's in the Handbook of Student Affairs Administration. So hopefully we can get at future student affairs and student services professionals who are interested in working with students. And Kathy, we're trying to revitalize an international network for campuses, institutions around the world to come together, connect, share best practice, learn from one another, identify funding sources and opportunities to share information and resources so that on their own campuses, we'll all continue to be working toward a higher level of access.
Great. And so that organization is called the GUDEN Network, the Global University Disability and Inclusion Network, that was launched at the Harkin Summit in 2019 in Paris. And then we all know what happened in our world. COVID hit. And so we're really working to revitalize that network to serve as a resource hub and a knowledge hub and innovation hub for universities. And so we encourage you to reach out to us. Again, I'm from St. Cloud State University. Amanda?
University of Arizona.
And we partner together and are really working to embrace the Zero Project community and the universities that are involved in this community to bring higher education to the forefront of the discussions that happen at these events that annually. So please reach out to us. And last closing thought, I know we're going on the 1-year anniversary of losing our dear friend Judy Human.
Yes.
What would you say her greatest comment would be about access to higher education?
Judy would have a lot to say about access to higher education. I think she would say what's taking so long.
Yes, we still have
given
ways
that
to
she
go.
spent her entire life, trying to push for higher levels of access. But, I think that she would probably try to distill that when we design things well for disabled people, we're designing things well for everyone. And ultimately, disabled people deserve to be a part of the community. So if we start with that, equitable approach, universal design approach, I think she would encourage institutions down that path so that they're becoming inclusive for all.
Right. And I know at St. Cloud State, we're really working to embrace students with disabilities from any country. We have a new certificate in deaf leadership and advocacy, and we're looking for students who are deaf and have a very unique program in that we realize that often there doesn't exist an opportunity for learning English to pass the TOEFL, one of our requirements. So we've waived that requirement environment. And we know that sign language is a language that will be accessible when they enter into our campus. So we encourage young deaf leaders from different communities around the world to come to our campus and be a part of our certificate in deaf leadership and advocacy.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. This was a wonderful opportunity, Amanda.
Thank you
I
very
love working
much.
with her.
Thanks, everyone.
And thanks to the Zero Project for hosting this session.
Thanks.
Good. Very good.
delightful to having you here on this fireside chat. Hello, everybody here in the audience in Vienna and outside on the digital devices. I would now like to introduce my fireside guest here. This is Doris Rothauer. She comes from Vienna, Austria, and we are now connected digitally with her from New York. Doris, it's a pleasure having you here, and we are today talking about the topic what museums can offer in regard to accessibility and inclusion, showcasing the Austrian Inclusive Museum Guide. I'm sending this here out to everybody, a book published last year that represents 130 museums Austrian-wide with their activities regarding on accessibility and inclusion. Doris Rothauer works with her transfer office as a strategy and impact consultant, expert and author in the art and creative sector. And her mission is to promote and help shape social change through art, design and creativity. Okay, Doris, thank you for listening and being so patient. Now I would like to raise the first question to you. How did the idea of the book, or I should say the need for the book on inclusive offers in Austria's museums come about?
Thank you, Niels. Thank you very much for your wonderful introduction. And thank you all who are listening live or online. I'm very glad to be able to talk about that project. Actually, it started during and after COVID. You know, there was a big discussion on how art institutions in general, and especially museums, what is the impact of museums on society? And because we all know museums, art institutions were closed, we couldn't attend museums, we couldn't go there. And so this was a huge negative effect not to have access to art. And so I'm talking as we the experts, we the people who work in museums and art institutions, we realized how it is if there are barriers to the access of museums. So that was a discussion anyhow that started during COVID. And then Martin Essel, with whom I, at that point, was working on several art initiatives and on the topic of inclusiveness in arts, access to arts, he kind of motivated us to think about a project to help museums become more inclusive. And then we realized by talking to museums, and when I say we, this was mainly a discussion between me and ICOM Austria. ICOM Austria is the Museum Association. It's an international, huge organization, and each country has its own representatives. So with ICOM Austria, who are one of my main partners in my work, by talking to the member museums, we realized that museums do offer a lot in regard to accessibility and inclusiveness, but it's just not known. It's not broadly, widely communicated. And this was the idea. This is where we said, okay, it's not about raising awareness among the museums, what to do or the need of being inclusive. It's more about helping them to communicate it. And so we started that project.
Okay, so in short term, to get the visitors together connected with the museums, that they can use their offers and services accessible way. So what does accessibility actually mean in museums? What target groups do you see when it comes to inclusion in museums?
We looked at, also this was part of a cooperation with a lot of experts including you, Niels. I remember I approached you to give us feedback. We created an online survey, an online formula where museums could fill in their data. And to create that formula, we also were asking ourselves that question, what does it mean? And so we realized there are three main areas for the topic of accessibility and inclusion. One is the physical accessibility into the museum. The second, and how to move around in the museum, so the physical accessibility. The second is the accessibility to information. Let's say, for example, tactile descriptions or easy language, information texts in easy language, or audio guides. We saw that there is a huge, a huge area around the topic of access to information. And the third part was special programs. Museums offer guided tours, museums offer workshops, and they also offer these programs to people with special needs.
And
so these were the three main areas where we saw that a lot of activity is happening.
Okay, and how did you put together actually the data? I mean, it's an amazing wide field you just described. And how did it work? How many museums actually participated, or did you reach out for? How many returned and sent back their data? How effective would you describe the method of the museums that self-determined their services?
So there are, you have to know, in Austria, alone in Austria, there are more than 700 registered museums. And from that 700, around 400 have, and we call it officially the Museumsgütesiegel, which is a seal of quality, you could say, that is awarded by ICOM Austria. And among those 400 museums that have that seal of quality, all of them were contacted by ICOM, informed about the project, and asked if they want to participate to fill out the online survey, the formula that we provided. And 130 museums responded, which I think for the first edition is a huge success. We had no idea how many museums would come back to us. I mean, if you're talking about the big museums, the main tourist attractions, then these are maybe 10 museums or maybe 20 museums in Austria, but 130, so you can imagine a lot of small local museums responded as well. So I think this was a big success. And the standardization of the data by this formula that we created helped to compare the information and also help the museums themselves to provide the information, because otherwise it would have just been a lot of different texts of descriptions. And this is, you called it self-assessment, yes. We did, so we did not, we believed in that museums are not cheating. So the information they sent us, that this is the real information, but we helped them to structure it so to be able to have it communicated in a way that is really a survey for, and that is easy to handle for the target group, and easy to read and find the information.
Yeah, I have to congratulate
That makes
you
sense.
and everybody who participated in the project. Actually, I think 130 museums in one book here is so amazing, and you find not too many examples worldwide where this has been reached. But can you describe in a few sentences what is the impact of this book so far after 1 year of being published?
So the distribution, the impact on the target group, so people with special needs and their families, their service people, this was the main target group. It's not so easy to reach out to them directly one by one, but we know from museums that the guide was appreciated a lot. It is sold in all the participating museums, either at the entrance or in the bookstore, in the museum store. So this was the main channel of distribution that we had. We also cooperated with associations of the target group who also sent out information about the book. We did receive emails and response that were very positive, but I would say the most impact that we could really see was on the museums themselves, because they felt motivated to do more. They felt motivated to participate. We also got response from museums who are now in the guide, who offer very little, but even that little what they offer is an important information. And I think that we also get requests for is there a second edition? How can I participate in the next edition? We get a lot of requests for that. So I think the idea that it also helps the museums to make their information more available, that was one of the main impacts that we could see directly.
Okay, yeah. Congratulations also on that to reach this goal. But when you're talking about the target groups, are there any plans how to get them into the project in the future? I mean, they are using now the book and the service information and going into the museums directly and have a practical view on that now. Are there any methods or ideas how to get these valuable, precious experiences in future editions?
I think this is the main challenge we have to deal now. So for the next edition, and also for the website that exists already, where we can include museums permanently, so anyone can send us a request and then be part at least of the website. So the main challenge is not how to get more information or more museums into the project. The main challenge is how to involve the target group. So that's really something we have to devote all our effort for the next phase of the project to expand it. There are ideas. We are talking with the associations. I'm happy for any feedback that comes here from the audience, how to involve people. We could involve them by evaluating the information. We could involve them by maybe having a kind of survey or having surveys in the museums for the people, for example, who do the educational programs. What would that target group expect from such a project? So I can't really answer it how. We don't know yet. I only know this is a very important next
There's
step.
a way to come in, of course, all the community here and the knowledge in the Zero Project will cover that and accompany that. I'm looking a little bit on time, so I want to conclude with my last question, please, Doris. If you had 3 wishes, or maybe just 2, what would come true in the next 5 years in regard to inclusive museums in Austria, but also worldwide? What things would this be? what wishes do you have?
Well, one wish, which is already kind of happening, but there can be more of it, is that inclusive programs or being inclusive as a museum should not be an exclusive offer. So it should not be just, we have a workshop and this is for a special target group. So being inclusive should be part of the mission statement and of the values of the institution. I see this happening a lot, but this can be more and more. So we need to still do a lot of raising awareness about what inclusiveness really means, and that it's part of the mission and part of their values. Second wish, of course, is everyone more money.
Yep.
This project was, to finance it was really difficult, and we are struggling to get public money for the next phase. So, and for the museums, it's the same situation. If they want to offer, if they want to be more inclusive, those programs mean a lot of challenges and efforts for the museums. And there is very little financial help for that.
Okay, a clear statement, Doris. Thank you at the end, and thank you so much for sharing your expertise and focus on this important topic. That in the future, museums and visitors come together and face no barriers. Yeah, zero barriers. Okay, thank you again, and everybody in the audience and worldwide looking here on this fireside chat. And see you soon, Doris. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for having me here. Bye-bye to everyone. Bye-bye.
Hello from the Zero Project in Vienna. I am Kamil Gungor. I work for the European Network on Independent Living. And today I have to do the first for me, even though I have been again in Zero Project, Fireside Chat. And I am pretty lucky because next to me is Lisa Vadors Vern. I hope I didn't kill your name.
You did great.
Okay. And we'll talk about EdTech.
Yes.
So maybe you can already tell us, what is EdTech?
Sure. Before I launch into what is EdTech, though, just for the people who are listening, as you said, my name is Lisa Waters-Vern, and I do represent an organization called Benetech. Benetech is an educational technology company, international educational technology company. And when we talk about EdTech, we are really talking about technology that helps facilitate education.
Okay.
And so for people with disabilities, this is critical and this is important because without assistance with educational technology, they may not have access to the materials that they need to access even basic information, let alone more advanced information that will help them succeed in life.
Yeah, I remember, speaking in an event on inclusive education in the past, and we were discussing this aspect and saying that, you can have fully accessible schools, everything, accessibility elevators, even personal assistance, everything. But if you cannot make the education process itself accessible, the material and everything, the children will not benefit from the education.
Right.
So this is what you do, right?
This is what we're doing. So, there's a lot of talk about inclusion. My background's in inclusion, and we looked at the field. We looked at to see what was around, and no one was really talking about educational technology for inclusion, right? We have people who are talking about inclusion. We have people talking about technology, but when we put them together, it really is an opportunity for us to explore ways to open up access. And as you mentioned, inclusion can happen with one person, but it only goes so far. Right? You need to have all the different components of that inclusivity to make sure that not only that the materials are available, but that people believe that this is the right thing to do. And educational technology opens up doors for people, as I said before, to access information that they may have been previously barred from. So you can imagine someone with a visual impairment who struggles to read a traditional printed book. They're not going to get any information out of that book if they cannot understand the text that's on the page. But what if that book read to them? What if someone could actually get the information out of that? And so that's just one example of educational technology. We see EdTech as a really valuable component of education for many different people with different abilities, and even people who do not have diagnosed disabilities. Being able to give them more of a universal way to experience their information helps them take in information and contribute information back in a more meaningful way that represents what they actually do know.
Yeah. I like what you said, that even for people who don't have really disabilities, it might be beneficial. And we see it when we talk about inclusion and about accessibility. We know that when you, for example, when you make a building with stairs, disabled people are excluded. If you make a building with a ramp, everyone can enter, both disabled people and non-disabled people.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are a mother with a child, for example. So I mean, it's not an education example, but it's the same logic that when you are inclusive and accessible, everyone can benefit from them.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
right? Absolutely. And so that's what this group comes together to do. We, this is an organization or a group of people from a variety of organizations.
And different stakeholders,
And
right?
different stakeholders,
Service
absolutely.
providers.
Service providers, in some cases funders.
Disabled
government
people, I guess.
People with disabilities, a variety of people, because we all bring a unique perspective to the conversation. And it's a very large topic, right? As you can imagine, inclusive educational technology can span many, many different topics. And so the group gathered about a year ago. We first gathered about a year ago to come together to start thinking through what are the things that can be changed in the short term and the long term. And through a series of in-person, we met in person in Washington, D.C., also in Nairobi. So there are a series of these in-person meetings as well as virtual meetings on a quarterly basis. We are able to bring together people who may not get together otherwise and may not have that opportunity to collaborate and talk together otherwise. And so the three areas that we are starting to do our work in and starting to think through, how do we make a difference? How do we actually impact educational technology, inclusive educational technology, is around training and implementation, right? So we need to be able to, as you mentioned, you can have all the things in place, but if people don't know how to use them, it's not going to be
You-
used.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We also are very data-based, right? So what evidence is available? What evidence can we show that different products, different things work? And
Why you
help
do
people?
it? Why you do what you do? Yeah.
Why we do what we do, right? And then, there's new technology that emerges daily. So how are we
AI
evaluating
now.
it? AI is really interesting, right? But how do we harness these technologies so that people know how to use them? Oftentimes teachers are presented with technology and may not know what to do with it or who it would benefit. And so by looking at these three different areas just to start, we think that we can make some really global change around inclusive educational technology.
Yeah, so here I also wanted to ask you, based on what you said, what are the challenges to do this thing work? Because you said, for example, I see it as a challenge that there are new technologies coming every day. AI now is a new thing, so you need a new training, a new stuff again. So how do you adapt to that? What are the challenges you see?
Well, I think one of the major challenges is how people define inclusivity, right? Because it's definitely defined in different ways by different people. And I think as a group, we've come together to share some common vocabulary around what we are doing. We want to set criteria so that when these new technologies come out, we can evaluate and determine, are they beneficial or are they just shiny and fun? And for whom? Because some technologies may work better for some people and how they learn, and some may work better for others. Could we have a variety of technologies come together so that we are able to provide a toolkit in the classroom where a teacher has choices of how they would work with their children to make sure we're meeting the needs of every individual? And I think that that's really one of the most important things about inclusivity, right? Inclusive means all, but we are talking about the individual needs as well. So how do those individual needs fit into the big picture?
Yeah, it's person-centered approach.
Yep.
And you mentioned at some point now, you mentioned the USA, Washington D.C. You mentioned Nairobi, Kenya. So you work internationally, and especially in specific regions, right?
We do. So this particular, and we actually had a working group yesterday here in Vienna. So we've been able to be on multiple continents with our in-person meetings. Inclusive educational technology is important for all students with disabilities, for sure. The areas that we chose to focus on for this are in low and middle income developing countries, areas where they may be low resourced. And that actually provides another challenge, right? There's connectivity issues. So we have to really think about the region that we're working in, working with the culture and working with the available resources to make sure we're making right recommendations or understanding really the needs of that particular community. But it is very much a global effort.
Yeah, and I think it's also what you mentioned before, that we work, in different parts of the world, and you said about cultural differences also and how we understand inclusivity and stuff. So I guess this is also one of the challenges that, I don't know how welcoming maybe some communities are to get something that you may bring from a totally different environment and perspective, right? So you need first to get them know you and to trust you, and there's a whole process here.
I also think it's important, and that goes to the point of we need to make sure we have representation from all areas, right? It's not one group of people coming in and saying we know better than others, right? And that's part of why we're here and part of why we're talking today is we really want to expand this group. We want to make sure we have multiple voices represented. We have participants from Asia and Africa and Europe, the United States, North America, South America, Australia, but we need more. We need more voices. We need more of you to join us as part of these conversations so that it is not very focused and narrow in our thinking, that we are really inclusive of the needs of people around the world.
Yeah, I see. No, it makes me think, about similar projects we hear sometimes, and they don't really continue. So how do you ensure that, not how you ensure, what are you doing, to make it sustainable and to continue, because it's really important to make such, initiatives but not to finish in 1 year. So first of all, how long is your initiative already?
So
and what is the future of the initiative?
Less than a year. We've been together for less than a year.
How you see the future?
We hope to expand this and have it sustain for many, many, many years, right? This is not something that we feel will go away. Technology only has more of a presence than less. And so, I anticipate that it'll have a very long run. Right now, there are really dedicated people who have been part of putting together the agendas and having presenters come and join us for the conversations, as well as leading subgroups. So it's not all being run by the work that we do at Benetech. It is and it needs to be a global initiative. And so you asked about sustainability. Of course, there's always the funding piece.
Yeah, of course.
Right? We are always looking for someone who would be willing to fund a lot of this work and to help us grow this work. But we also know that, it takes a lot of volunteers. It takes a lot of people who really believe in the cause to continue this work as well.
So how big is this a lot? How big you are?
We're under 100 still.
Oh, that's not small.
No,
For
we're not small.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I want to say it's closer to 50 than 100, but because we've been able to have a mixture of in-person and online, we've been able to pull people in from different regions and time zones and really try to make it as inclusive as possible. And we hope, as I mentioned, to see it grow even more and that we have more voices who can contribute to the conversation. I do think it's important, though, it's not all about a conversation. There's action that needs to come out of it.
Action, always action.
Yes, and all of the subgroups have taken task and responsibility to create actionable outcomes. That, I think, will be the other piece that will show sustainability in as we show that we're able to accomplish and move forward and to, come together, because talk alone is not going to get us to make change.
Yeah, and since you said about change, and we are closing to our discussion, I wanted to ask you, what change have you seen already?
Well, I think one of the biggest changes is, and this is only something I would see continue to grow, I think we're seeing a shift of people who have thought, I need to do this on my own, to more of a collaborative relationship. And I do believe that is what is needed and best for this type of work, that one organization cannot do this work alone. It really is a variety of people. It's a variety of passions, it's a variety of expertise, and a variety of experiences that will work. And as we work together, we can do much more together than we can do alone.
I agree with that, and I like the approach that you have, also the multi-stakeholder aspect, that it's not only one category of people or one specialization of people, but all together, bring their experiences.
Mm-hmm.
So before we finish, I have two last questions. The first one is, we have 3 minutes exactly. So my two last question is, first, if you could ask something to people, to support, what would you need from, now we'll ask people, what would you need to continue this initiative from others, so from us? How could we help, let's say?
Sure. I mean, I think there's not one answer to that question.
Yeah.
I think there is, as I mentioned before, it does take the individuals and the organizations to support this type of work. It takes people who believe in this work, and also the organizations to support their participation in this kind of work. It also takes funding. It also takes to be able to expand it and to be able to elaborate on some of the work we're doing. But I think a little bit more of everything. Is that good?
It's perfect. Yeah, thank you. And the last question is the typical one that I might forgot something. So is there anything else you would like to mention about the initiative that I didn't ask you?
No, I think this was a really great opportunity to just talk about the work that we're starting, because it is so new. I hope to come back in future years to talk about how it's grown.
I'm looking forward to meet you next year and ask you.
Me too, yes. And I'm hesitant to do this, but I will do it anyway. If you are interested in joining this group, please do not hesitate to reach out. My email address is Lisa W, Lisaw @benetech.org. And we're happy to have you join our group. We're happy to have you be part of the conversation and help us shape where this is going, right? This is not something that is fully formed, and that we hope that by having other people participate, other people part of this conversation, it becomes more valuable and more scalable.
Yes, and I agree with that, and I will close the discussion with that. So thank you everyone who participated in this discussion and who listened to us. I hope you really enjoyed it, and I really encourage you to follow the work of Benetech and of EdTech working group. And yes, stay tuned, because more fireside chat are coming tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cool.
Thank you so much.
No, I hope it was okay.
Yeah. So, and,
thank you you do interesting stuff.
Thank you, I appreciate it. But if there's more that you want to talk about, please don't hesitate to reach out.
And I really said the name properly. I didn't kill it.
You did. No, it's Lisa Waters.
Okay.
Yeah. I need to come to this part of the world more often where people pronounce my name right.